Morning. We'll call this meeting to order. Today's the joint meeting. And after our meeting's done, it's the select water meeting. We have to do pledge allegiance today.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Commissioner Kaylee. Can you do the roll call, please?
Commissioner Suker,
Here.
Commissioner Little,
Here.
Commissioner Lawson,
Here.
Commissioner Cott,
Here.
Commissioner Craig, Commissioner Choma,
Here.
Commissioner Insolmi Dalton. Commissioner Kaylee, secretary's here, Vice Chairman Yankee,
Here.
and Chairman Glick.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
And we'll hand it
Chairman,
over
thank you.
to
Good
Chairman
morning,
Simpson.
everyone. Abigail, would you please do roll call for us?
Representative Banks,
Here.
Representative Eklund,
Here.
Representative Larson,
Here.
Representative Nyman,
Here.
Representative Paxton,
Here.
Senator Boner,
Here.
Senator Driscoll,
Here.
Senator French,
Here.
Senator Guru,
Here.
Senator Steinmetz,
Excused.
Vice Chairman Hicks, and Chairman Simpson.
Here,
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
thank you.
Okay, Director Gebhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll jump right into it. Good morning, everyone. We'll jump right into the last surge of projects for approval. And we'll be working out of the recommendation notebook this morning. And the first project is under tab all. This is the aerial cloud seeding program. We've had some discussions on Monday about the cloud seeding programs. This particular project, this is just a continuation on what we're doing. We talked about an expansion on the other cloud seeding project, but this one is just a continuation of what we've been doing for the past 4 years. The only exception to this is we've added in a little inflationary factor to the budget. And so the proposed budget for the aerial cloud seeding program is $824,000. And on page 2 provides a breakdown of that. So the total cost of the operation is $873,490. The Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities is a funding contributor to that, to the tune of $50,000. So the total request for water development then is $823,490. And I'd stand for any questions. I believe we also have Julie Gonzar if we have technical questions.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Director Gebhardt? Anybody online?
Mr. Chairman,
With
I move we accept the director's recommendation for cloud seeding Medicine Bow and Sierra Madres project.
We have a second. Motion made by Chairman Little with the director's motion, seconded by Commissioner Suker for the cloud seeding Medicine Bowl and Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges. 824,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Director Gephardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next project under tab S is the other cloud seeding program. This is the ground-based program. And we had a little bit of discussion on this one in Monday. So the director's recommendation is a proposed budget of 316,000. If we go to page 2 of this recommendation, we're providing you 2 options. The first one would be to just continue with the program as it always has. And so the proposed budget for that program would be $242,000. The recommendation is based on a slight expansion. And that expansion would include 2 additional weeks of seating opportunity. And it would also add 2 ground-based generators on the west slope of the Sierra Madre Mountain. And again, this program is a 67-33 split, 63-37 split, where Wyoming pays up to 37% of the program, and then contributing partners pay the remaining 63%. So that would hold true for the expansion component of this as well. So really what we would be looking at is increasing our portion by adding those 2 generators and 2 additional weeks to the seating. We'd be adding $74,000 to the base program. And so that would equate to $316,000. And that is the director's recommendation, is to expand the program and fund the project at $316,000. Let's stand for any questions.
Anyone have any questions, comments for Director Gebhardt?
Mr. Chairman, Director
Commissioner
Gebhardt,
Cott?
So I believe the new generators are, you said on the Sierra Madres, or are they in the Wind Rivers?
They would be on the Sierra Madres. So it would create a hybrid type of a program
Okay,
over the Sierra Madres.
okay. Thank you.
Anyone else have any comments, questions? Commissioner Insami Dalton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After our discussion that we had about this, I just have concerns personally about expanding the program when it really benefits, according to some of the testimony we listened to, Utah and Colorado ski resorts. I would try to approve it conditionally, saying that Wyoming would pay up to 37% or say it's subject to some legislation to make it where the contributions from our area, from the Trona mines, are added into the Wyoming portion. And then, because it's a lot of money coming from our area. So I just have some concerns or reservations about saying yes to this expansion, unless I felt like the Trona mines are buying into paying for us to give more water to Utah and Colorado. I just wanted to air my concerns. Thank you.
Director Gebhardt?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Insami Dalton, so your proposal would be to, if I understand it correctly, it would be to go with the base, but any expansion would be developed through increased participation?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, Director, I think it'd be nice if we could see increased participation from Colorado and Utah, since they're the ones benefiting from this expansion. I'd also like at some point to talk to our Toronto representatives and to the Power Board in Rock Springs personally and say, are you aware that you're funding part of the obligation that really isn't our 33%? It's actually our funding from the southwest corner of the state is going to pay part of the 67% is my understanding. It's not taking part of the money off of our portion from Wyoming. If I'm incorrect, please let me know, Director.
So I see Barry coming up, and I'll try to explain, and he can correct me. But I guess the other way that I look at it is any contribution they make is to the program. If we look at this from a program perspective, the total program for under the base, without an expansion, the total program is just under $640,000. And with the base, it would be $840,000. So for $74,000, the program increases by about 200,000. And you are correct that the Trona mines and the funding partners in our state are factored into the 63%, so that the state portion is maintained at up to 37%. Barry, did you have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, Barry Lawrence, I would just add that it was a function of the way the legislation was written last year. Simple fixed, as Senator Hicks mentioned yesterday, or I guess it was a couple days ago, such that Wyoming's participation would be up to 37%, so that when the Trona firms and the Rocky Mountain Power and so forth and the other entities come in, that can offset Wyoming's cost share rather than the lower basin's cost share. And so right now it's just based on the way the legislation was written, we were kind of locked in to a cap there and how it had to work. Any money came back, went the other way, but that's a simple fix for next year.
Mr. Chairman, then, thank you, Barry. You're saying, Barry, is a simple fix for next year or for this part of this year? Is that going to fix it for this amount we're giving, or do we have to do it next year?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Solomon Dalton, basically, we always have to work a year ahead, unfortunately. The budgets, for instance, the aircraft just came in on the MedBoat program. We're about to start up the ground-based program in the winds and so forth on the 15th. To get everything in place, all the contracts and everything, we always have to work a winter season ahead. So this would be for next winter.
But I would add that it would be corrected in this upcoming bill that we're presenting.
Thank you.
I just have a question for Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Commissioner Cott, go ahead.
With the fix that Barry had just mentioned, would you be supportive of the expansion? With the fix that Barry just mentioned, would you be supportive of the expansion?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Cott, I'm supportive of the program in general, of course. I like the program. I think it's great. It's just that this year, then again, Southwest Wyoming funds part of Colorado and Utah's obligation. So if there's not a legislative fix for it this year, which there isn't, I guess I would probably say I'm supportive of the base and to wait till next year and say it's subject to getting the legislation passed so that it's up to 37%, rather so that Southwest Wyoming isn't paying. I just am not sure if they know that they're paying in to fund Colorado and Utah. And if I had the time and I should have called them and tried to reach out and I didn't. So I'm probably just going to be a no vote on the expansion only because I want to represent my area, but I'm not against the program. I think it's a great program.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to, if I could ask for a clarification from Barry, was the fix going to be this year or next year that you were talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And yes, the fix, I mean, if we do this in the legislation this go around, we are talking about operations for 22-23, winter of 22-23. So it would be in place for next winter. So even if we were doing the expansion, we're talking about next winter's operations, expanding to do 2 additional ground-based generators in the Sierra Madres to have a hybrid program. So you'd have both aircraft and ground-based. And that's the best of all worlds, to capture all the events and possibilities. And that's how the premier programs in the country do it, by having a hybrid program, both grounded and airborne. Lower Basin is willing to contribute on that. When I say Lower Basin, that's Southern Nevada, 6 agency committees, and Central Arizona. They're willing to cost share on that on the ground-based expansion. And so that's where we were headed and trying to get a hybrid program in the Sierra Madres to be our first one in the state like that. The other states like Idaho and so forth, if you talk about Idaho Power, they run a hybrid program. They run both aircraft and ground-based generators and very effectively.
Mr. Chairman.
Director Gibhart.
Yeah, and I might be a little confused on this, but as far as our in-state contributions from the Trona mines and municipal and industrial contributions, I wouldn't say that they're funding the lower basin portion of this, but they are funding, their funding goes into the 67%. So when we make a request to the lower basin, they essentially tell us how much money they will give us. And it's our rules that describe what percentage that is. So based on what they give us and based on what the Trona mines and municipalities give us, then we add in our 37% and then that defines the program. So it's not necessarily offsetting anything that the lower basin would contribute. They would tell us what they will go up to, and then the Trona mines and municipal partners add to that, and then we add our 37% into that, and that's based on the statutes that developed this program. And then that gives you the total budget for the program. Does that help?
Mr. Chairman, Director, of
Somebody
course,
don't.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, that helps, Director. I think it's just, I just reminded me, this is just one other question I guess I have. I think when I first started on the Water Commission, I'm pretty sure the split was 25-75, and we were bullied, I guess that's a strong word. We were swayed every year to go higher and higher and to take a higher amount, but I'm pretty sure it was 25-75 5 years ago. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Anselmi Dalton, it's actually over the years, it's kind of gravitated. One year it was actually 80-20, some years it was 75-25. What you need to know is the 8-year agreement we've signed with the lower basin with the Colorado entities down south, and that doesn't include state of Colorado, it's the lower Colorado folks. Basically, they are looking for a 50-50 cost share. And we brought that to this body several years ago. We actually brought it twice, and it was defeated both times, thinking that, you know, they need to have more skin in the game down south. And so to that end, where we kind of ended up, and that was Director Labonte at the time and so forth, working with some of the folks on the Select Water Committee, came up with the notion of a 63-37 was something that everybody could live with. And that's why we're stuck at 63-37 right now, or that's what we've agreed to. And so even though the lower basin, you know, you have to realize that the Colorado side of the house, the state of Colorado has agreements with the lower basin. Utah has agreements with the lower basin. And those agreements, you know, they want 50-50. They want 50-50 from us, but we haven't been willing to go there. And so they know that they're still funding the program, but it's been a balancing act. And so what we've agreed to is 63-37 with this body in the past, and that's why we've kept it at 63-37.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Somebody Dalton.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and Barry and Director, I understand that, but we don't even use our full 14% that were allocated, and I have concerns. What I would suggest we do is say, listen, we'll pay our full 37%, but the money that the Trona mines in Southwest Wyoming puts in just goes into an escrow account and is held in reserve for funding the next year after the law is passed to fix this problem, because I'm not going to vote for an expansion when my area of the state is funding part of the obligation that's 67%. I mean, I keep going back to our numbers for our grant loans, but I mean, excuse me, the 63%. I think I just am not going to do it unless I get go ahead from the Trona mines and from the water plant. And if they're like, yeah, we're all in 100%, that's great, I would feel better, but I didn't get that go ahead in time. So I'm just airing my concerns because I'm going to be no on the expansion part, and just wanted to address why. And I think I don't see why we can't just hold the money in reserve until next year and say, then we'll apply it against the Wyoming portion. If we're funding part of it, why they should fund the Wyoming portion, and that money could be held in escrow account. I don't know if that's something that's unattainable, but that's what I would do if it was my money. I would say, hey, I'm not going to give it to everybody else. I'm going to use it for my business and keep it with me until the law is fixed. But that's my preference.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Anselmi Dalton, one thing that could be done in the omnibus water construction bill this year could go back in and amend the legislation from last year that set up the funding for this year, but you could just put those lines in, change those wording that we're talking about, so it would be effective for this winter. And then that would take care of the situation this winter as well.
Representative Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then looking at it from a different perspective, if we have I'm assuming there are private entities downstream of Wyoming, say in Utah, say a ski area, if they contribute money to that process, that happens too, right? I mean, we do have other contributors that contribute to that. And so when you do that, they'd actually be paying, the ones in Utah be paying our 37%, or is that not right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Paxton, the way it works is the agreements, each of the three upper basin states, Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming, have agreements with the lower basin, okay? And so any cost share that would come about for the Utah program would be part of the state of Utah's agreement with the lower basin, okay? So we have a unique agreement with the state of Wyoming with the lower basin. Any cost share we come up with would be relative to that agreement.
So, Mr.
Director
Chairman,
Gilbert.
just to help clarify that, the lower basin has multiple agreements. They've got an agreement with Wyoming, they've got a different agreement with Utah, and a different agreement with Colorado. Each of those three states have their own program, so they contribute to each of the individual programs independently. So we're talking about just Wyoming's program.
Anybody else have any question or
Yeah,
comment?
Mr. Chairman. I think all the
Mr.
discussion is very valuable and the concerns are valid, but I think we need to be careful and not let our concern that when somebody else might be benefiting slightly, kind of take away the great benefit to the state of Wyoming. So I'd like to make a motion that we accept the director's recommendation for the proposed budget of $360,000 expanding the program.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Commissioner Yankee to accept the director's recommendations for the cloud seeding Wind River Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges. Seconded by Larry Zucker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
No,
No.
And who was that online? Is that somebody online?
It was French saying no.
I think that this is only a vote for the commissioners, and select water committee vote will be later.
Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that.
Motion passed. Thank you.
Goes to Larry.
Director Gabart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next project under tab T, T as in Tom, is the Crystal Bypass Pipeline 2022. This is the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. The proposed budget is a 67% grant. And the budget is, of the 67% grant, the budget is $2,546,000. This project was identified and prioritized in one of our level 2 projects. And what this does is it creates a pipeline that allows the Board of Public Utilities to deliver water before it dumps into Crystal Reservoir. Currently, all of the stage 2 water, which is a significant portion of Cheyenne's water supply, has to go into Crystal Reservoir. So if there were something to, if Crystal Reservoir were to be contaminated, or if there was a mechanical failure of any sort, essentially Cheyenne would be out of that amount of water. So this bypass, what it allows is stage 2 water, rather than, it provides an opportunity for that water to be supplied to the water treatment plant without having to go into Crystal. They do know that Crystal is quite old. They've got some planned work to rehab the outlet works. And they would essentially have to drain Crystal to do that. And this assists them in helping continue to keep water flowing to Cheyenne so that they could do that work. And then also the potential for contamination of an open water source, it could aid in that as well. So that is the project, and I don't know, the Board of Public Utilities is here, if there's anything they would like to add or be available for questions.
Did you want to come up to the table? Anybody have any questions or comments for Director Gebhardt or Cheyenne?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Kaylee?
Mr. Brooks, do you guys have any plans to dredge Crystal at some point in the future and try to get some of the sedimentation out of there? And obviously this would help in that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you to Secretary Ron Cayley. Ron, yeah, we do have, since our 2013 master plan, we actually have looked at a lot of possibilities for both Crystal and Granite of what to do. One of the options is to dredge out. There is some sediment buildup that has occurred. We've done surveys to determine. And that is something in the Crystal Reservoir that we would probably do in the future. Again, as Brandon had mentioned earlier, that this project would really help us in that, because when we have to take those reservoirs down right now, really, as was explained, we do not have the opportunity to get any of that water to the plant, because everything either goes into Granite, which flows to Crystal, or directly into Crystal. And our pipeline is out of the outlet works at Crystal Dam that feeds the plant. So any operational work we need to do in the future, we'd have to take Crystal completely down. Thus, it would eliminate our opportunity to get water into the Sherrard plant to feed the city of Cheyenne.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Suker?
I do have a question, I guess. How does North Crow play into these other reservoirs? Is it beyond or upper or lower, I guess?
Great question, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Commissioner Suker. So North Crow is actually on the North Crow of the Crow Creek, and that is a separate reservoir that we have. It brings it down the North Crow drainage. And then we are currently doing improvements right now so that we can bring that water into the Sherrard Water Treatment Plant. A few years back, we upsized the pipeline down the canyon, and due to hydraulically, that increased the pressure where we couldn't get that line into the system. But we have come up with an option now that water now will be able to be brought into the plant as well. Currently, right now, we use all that for raw water to feed a lot of the raw water lakes in town that use that water for irrigation.
So this reservoir, North Crow, would not be a supplement to what you're doing today with the pipeline out of Crystal, correct? I mean, could Cheyenne survive if they used only North Crow water on that diversion for a moment or a year,
Mr. Chairman,
or
through,
would it be lacking volume?
yeah, there's only about 1,900 acre feet in North Crow. On an average, we use what, 14,000. So yeah, we couldn't suffice that. It's just going to be an alternate source for us to provide additional water to Cheyenne.
Okay, that answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson.
Representative Larson, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I have a question maybe for the director and maybe for the Cheyenne folks. In the past, we have talked about the project, those that are applying for projects, that they contact their legislators and let them know that they are proceeding with a request. And the intent was to make sure that those legislators know that money is being spent in their areas. And I hate to say it, but we have troubles in the Cheyenne area with water development projects and specifically on taking dollars from the water development and paying for the state engineer's office. And I think that's a big deal. And I hope that the contacts have been made.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else have any questions or concerns for the Cheyenne folks?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I should have asked that as a question, and I guess I would ask if the contact has been made.
Mr. Chairman, the question is, has their legislator been contacted?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
I do not know that I have contacted a legislator. This all went through our study and recommendation out of our study through the water development. So we've just tracked it from when we did our initial study report.
Thank you. Director Gebhardt, I have a question for you. Is it possible that we could suggest that they provide a letter of recommendation from the legislatures? Maybe not today, but at a later date, before a certain time.
Mr. Chairman, we can certainly ask our sponsor to provide notification that they've talked to their legislators. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is that what you were looking for, Representative Larson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that suggestion. I think we've discussed this quite often over the past years. And I thought this was a process that we were trying to get initiated. I hope we try to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize if I missed something, but we'll make a better effort.
I think what he's asking is for a letter of recommendation. That way it makes sure that have something concrete showing that you actually discuss this with your legislatures.
Yes, through you to Mr. Larson. Yeah, I apologize as well. I think I totally get where you're coming from and understand your concern. And we will do a better job of making sure in the future that we let our representatives in Cheyenne know what funds we are going through. I guess whether right or wrong, it was assumption on my part that everybody was tracking this, but I take responsibility for that, and I apologize for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lisa
Miss-
Tomudon.
I yield to his follow-up.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would hope this was for all projects, not just this one. I think this needs to be done with all projects, and even up in my area. I don't think I've been contacted by the projects up here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Tomudon.
Thank you, Chairman. I could borrow from Chip and just say, just call me anything, just don't call me late for dinner, right? But I just want to say, I think, do we have to change our operating criterion to say that they need to get support? Is that something we should add in, Director, to the operating criteria for these projects? I don't want to be unfair to Cheyenne or to Bob. It doesn't seem very right. I think I agree with Representative Larson that we should make it a standard for everyone if that's where we're going, but does it require operating criterion amendment?
Go ahead.
Mr.
Director.
Chairman, if I may, my suggestion would be that we address that in our August meeting when we typically address operating criteria. One thing that I would caution you to think about is if we require a letter from a legislator and one legislator doesn't like a project, does that kill a project that the rest of the legislator doesn't even get to see or get a chance to opine on?
I think we need to move on from that. Let's you can work on that for our August meeting. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Tomudon.
I would move that we approve the Crystal Bypass Pipeline project as is recommended by the director.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Tomudon for the Crystal Bypass Pipeline, seconded by Commissioner Kaylee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Maybe Director, maybe you can talked to a couple of the ones that are suggesting the letter of recommendation. And then, once you guys get something kind of figured out, maybe you can send the rest of it to us through an email. That way we can all kind of be kept up,
Yeah, certainly.
or
Mr.
kept in the
Chairman.
loop. Thanks. Okay, go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next project is under tab U of the recommendation notebook. This is for the Evanston Transmission Pipeline 2022 project. This is a 67% grant request for an amount of $1,219,400. And this project is to create a dedicated transmission line from the city of Evanston's water treatment plant to a tank. Currently, the transmission mains that go to the tank, at least that I understand, may be undersized during peak demands. They have trouble getting water to the tank, and that the existing line is also part of the distribution system. So this would create just a dedicated line directly from the water treatment plant to the tank to improve their delivery systems. And I don't know if a representative from Evanston is. So if there are any questions for them, they are here.
Please state your name and your title, please.
I'm Dean Barker. I'm the Director of Engineering and Planning for the City of Evanston.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions or comments for the director or the engineer for Evanston? Okay, if there's none, then,
I do have a,
okay,
Mr. Chairman, I just have a comment or a question, quick one here. This already has an existing line, is that correct?
Yes,
And the size of that line is,
yeah, Chairman and Commissioner Suker, sorry, my eyes are not great. Yes, we do have a line right now from the treatment plant to this tank. It varies from sizes from 8-inch to 12-inch diameter. It operates as a distribution and transmission line. So initially we thought that our tank was undersized, and we came here 4 years ago requesting money for a tank. And the commission recommended that we get our study updated. And so in doing that and modeling it, we realized that we're trying to push way too much water through small diameter pipe to get to our tank. And that's what's loading our pump so much and making it so that we can't operate the tank to the full capacity. So this would be a dedicated line.
so you would vacate the old 8-inch or 12
No,
inch?
no, we would,
Still
we
use
would,
that?
we would maintain that as a distribution line to our,
And what is that material?
most of it's ductile iron. The pipe, yeah, the existing pipes.
So it probably has a life expectancy anyway. If you have any hot soils or no cathodic protection on it. Huh?
Yeah, in this area, we have pretty decent soils. We don't have
Yeah.
many issues with breaks or shears or anything like that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
anyone else have any comments or questions for either one of these gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Cott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we approve the Evanston Transmission Pipeline as recommended by the Water Development Office.
Anybody second? Motion made by Commissioner Cott for the approval of the Evanston Transmission Pipeline, seconded by Commissioner Yankee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Director Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next project under tab V as in Victor is the Gillette Regional Extensions Phase 6, 2022. The recommended budget is $1,125,600, and this would be a 67% grant. And this is a continuation of the regional extension project. This is the 6th phase of that, and this would connect the Strube, Eagle Ridge, and Peoples Improvement Sewer Districts to the Gillette Regional System. I think that pretty much explains the project, and stand for any questions and offer to City of Gillette to make any comments.
Would you like to come down and state your name and your title, please?
Morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Cole. I'm the Utilities Director for the city, and our project manager Levi Jensen's here as well if you've got any technical questions. This project is, we've got two smaller subdivisions that are just on the outskirts of town, and the new transmission line that was installed nearly 10 years ago go right next to them. They have made requests to be connected for a couple of years. We've held off on that until the timing was right. There's a separate water district called the Peoples Improvement and Service District that's in the southwest kind of corner of our service area outside the city. They performed a fairly extensive level 2 study through the Water Development Commission a number of years ago. And at the time when that study was completed, I think they were satisfied just keeping their well and not connecting to the regional system. This past summer, they approached the city and made the request to be a regional customer. We've experienced some tremendous drought, and I think that was a reason why they are looking for some additional supplies to serve their customers. It is a larger kind of rural residential subdivision that's out there. And again, the Peoples District is immediately adjacent to the pipeline as well. So it'll be essentially 3 connections to serve these 3 new districts, and should be a fairly straightforward project.
Anybody have any comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mike, real quick, is Stroop and Eagle Ridge, are they existing improvement and sewer districts also?
Yeah, they are. They're actually, I'd say they're more like trailer parks, but they are recognized as improvement and service districts through the county. They have their own well and their own tank and their own water supply.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to understand they may be recognized by the county, but under state law, they have to be a subdivision and organized under those. And I'm just trying to make sure that if those are eligible, that they're actually improvement, either sewer and water or water districts and stuff.
They are, but Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
And then, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, it's not clear to me in your application, if we bring all 3 of these districts in, I understand that there's 1,400, potentially 1,500 taps outside of Gillette's boundaries, but do these actually add up to 1,400 taps for this extension? Or what is the actual number of taps that these 3 improvement districts have? I can't find that in the application. It's more.
No, and I think that includes other taps, Mr. Chairman. Eagle Ridge and Stroop, I'd say there's probably 30 to 35 each for each of those districts. Peoples, and I'm estimating here, Peoples is approximately 60. So that's roughly 120 to 130. Levi's got a more accurate number, I'm sure.
Please state your name and title.
Levi Jensen.
You can phone a friend here. We allow that.
Levi Jensen, Senior Civil Engineer, Project Manager on the Gillette Madison Pipeline Project, Gillette Regional Water Supply Project. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator, those numbers, just to get them more accurate, from the cover letter I supplied, Peoples District at 63 connections.
Can you speak into the mic? I don't think the guys online can hear you.
Sorry about that. People's District is 63 connections. The Stroop subdivision is 60 and the Eagle Ridge is 42.
Mr. Chairman, are those active tap nows or that's just what's available on the system?
Those are the numbers that they've indicated to us in the water service agreements. And to the best of my knowledge, those are active taps.
And do they have the capacity to expand those, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hicks, I don't know if that's, I don't know the answer to that right off the top of my head. I'd have to get that answer.
Mr. Chairman, these are primarily built out. I don't know that there's a lot of undeveloped lots in any of these, if that helps.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to see is if there is a potential that all of a sudden another 60 are going to come on. If that's been looked at. So that's the nature of the question is are they completely built out? And this is what we'd expect for a total number of taps for this project.
You know, there might be an occasional lot or two here, but I think 98% of them are built out right now as is.
And then, Mr. Chairman, just one follow-up question with the other regional extension projects we've done. How does this compare on the cost per tap with some of the other projects? Looking back through the list, you know, the phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5. Are we tracking? And maybe this is a question for the director in the offices. But how are we? What's the cost comparison? Because I know we looked at this a few years ago. There's a number of these that down the road, we may end up with phase 12 as this thing continual bills out. And I'm just curious as if we have a cost comparison for each one of these extensions.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, off the top of my head, I don't know that if what we have, I do know that we've got a lot of data on the tracking of these projects. I do think it's something that we could probably pull together and provide if you would like.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, the nature of the question is not necessarily directed at Madison or at these Gillette extension projects, but I just wonder at some point in time where we have to look at these and say, you know, when we're spending $20,000 or $30,000 per tap, at some point in time, we need to probably look at that and have a discussion. I just want to key that up as a potential item for maybe a next year interim look with the select water. I just worry sometimes that we have these water and sewer districts and all of a sudden we're spending, I think we've done one in the past that was in the neighborhood of $60,000 a tap. And it's because of the 15 taps that it's something that we may want to look at. At what time do we say we're only going to spend so much on these water and sewer improvement districts when they come in and or an extension like this? And so I'd be curious, you know, Director, if it's something, I don't know that we need any hard data now, but it's certainly something that's been on my radar screen the last year is, you know, what's the upper limit that we're going to spend on a per tap basis on these projects? And so discussion for another day, but I think this illustrates, you know, because we've done so many of these with the Gillette Madison might be a good place to start to look at. And then some of these other water and sewer districts where we've gone in there and either completely rebuilt the system or done an extension. I'd just like to get an idea how much per tap we're actually spending.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, that's something we'll work on.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Suker.
I have a couple, I guess. Would they continue to keep their well?
Mr. Chairman, I believe all of them would like to keep the well. Some of them are in different circumstances. A lot of the regional extensions that we've done are high in radionuclides. We just tied one on here this last year that they're taking 60% of the regional water and 40% of the well water. I think for Peoples in particular, they have a shortage during summer demand periods. They'll be using a lot of the regional water during the summer demand. Likewise for Stroop and Eagle Ridge, their systems are pretty old, and it wouldn't surprise me if they just abandon or not use their well after they're connected to the regional system. At this point, they've indicated to us that they want to continue using their well, but knowing the condition of some of their systems, it wouldn't surprise me if they just discontinue that use in future years.
Another question. With all of these Madison projects that we have on the outlying skirts of the regional extensions, do you have any accounting of return on investment? In other words, I know we run the lines out to certain areas
Mhm.
and they may use water or they may not have to. They have their own facilities in several cases here. So there's always, we like to look at, are they buying water from the city? Or do we have a line there with a valve that is there in case for emergency or other purposes? High water demand
Mhm.
could be one. But is there an accounting on how much water we're selling off these distribution lines?
Mr. Chairman,
any
yeah, we can provide that. I think it's a combination of all of them. I know one district that doesn't use the water. Our rate structure is such that they're paying a higher monthly fee for the ability to use that water, and there's some notification requirements that we have if they choose to use it. I would say most of them are using it in some fashion and primarily during the summer months. Water supply and radionuclide concentration are the two biggest things that kind of direct these regional districts to use that water. But from a, just a rate of return standpoint, I think we've got a water service agreement with the number of water taps for each of these customers. We can do some math and, in addition to what Senator Hicks had asked for, I think we can put some information
Yeah,
for you on
I
that.
think that would be helpful for us to determine, because I know you have more left to do, or probably there's potentially
Yeah, not
some,
much more, but yeah.
not a lot.
there's-
But it'd be nice to know that our investment, truly our investment, the return on it, to make sure that there's money coming back out of the investment that we have given,
Yeah, it makes sense.
or that you've put in, or whoever has. It'd be nice to see that at least it sits at a break-even point of some kind and services the area, because I think the servicing of the area is the greatest part here. So if you could develop that, if it's available, get it to our director, Brandon, or something, that would
Will do.
really help us.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Anybody else have any comments, questions or suggestions? Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the Gillette Regional Extensions Phase 6 project.
I second that motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Little to approve the Gillette Regional Extension Phase, what is that, 6/2022? Seconded by Commissioner Suker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Director Gephardt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next project under tab W is the Northwest Rural Water System Improvements 2022. I do believe we have somebody online. Tony Rutherford, I believe, is available for additional questions. This project is the Northwest Rural Water System Improvements 2022. It is a 67% grant with a proposed budget of $700,000. This project is to install 3 new storage tanks to serve 2 additional service areas with more than 700 taps and about 1,700 residents in rural Park County. This is an extension of the existing regional system. This was Northwest Rural has been working off a 2017 master plan, and this project was identified in that master plan. So I would stand for any questions, and if if representative from the district is available.
Is there any representative from the district available online?
Mr. Chairman, Director, members of the Select Water Committee and the Commission. This is Tony Rutherford. I'm the manager at Northwest Rural Water District.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Mr. Rutherford or the director? Do I hear any, is there anybody would like to entertain a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I so moved to accept the recommendation of the Water Development Office, approval of the water storage tanks for the Northwest Rural Water District.
Commissioner Craig, next time, can you we can't hear you on the, can you repeat your motion?
Yes, I move to approve the recommendation of the Water Development Office for funding of the water storage tanks for the Northwest Rural Water District.
Thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Craig, seconded by Commissioner Little. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next several projects we'll be discussing are amendments to existing level 3 projects. And I believe that all of them, other than small water, are time extension requests. The first one is the Broken Wheel Ranch Water Supply Project. This is a request for a 1-year time extension.
Excuse me, Director.
Yeah.
Are these all time extensions?
Mr. Chairman, I believe, except for the small water project, I believe they are. I can look real quick.
Mr. Chairman,
Do we need to put
could
them
we
in a
do
block?
them as a block? Just to expedite things a little.
Director, can we get these put into a block?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, I will break out just the time extension ones, and then we'll talk about small water individually, if that works.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
So the first one is Broken Wheel. They've had difficulties finding a well site, land ownership issues, available water. So they're requesting, we're getting closer, but they're just extending a 1-year extension to the reversion date from July 1st of 2022 to July 1st of 2023. The next time extension is the Gillette Madison Pipeline. They're requesting a 2-year reversion. They've had some supply chain issues as well as a failure of a valve during their testing that created quite an issue for them. So they requested a 2-year time extension. The next project is the Gillette Regional Extensions 2017 project. Again, this is a request for a 2-year reversion. Easements. We've heard easements on a lot of projects, and that's been their issue on this project, and that's the reason for that request. Mr. Chairman, the next project is the Green River, Rock Springs, Sweetwater County Raw Water Reservoir. They've requested a 1-year time extension. The project has recently been awarded and it's scheduled to begin in the winter of 2021. Mr. Chairman, the final time extension amendment is for the Laramie Northside Tank. They're requesting a 2-year time extension. And again, these are easement negotiations that have been taking longer than they anticipated. So, Mr. Chairman, all of those are the time extension amendments requests.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Director Gebhardt on any of these time extensions? Are there anybody entertain a
Mr.
motion?
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the time extensions as approved by the director.
Motion made by Commissioner Anselmi Dalton to approve all of the time extensions. or time extension for the projects, seconded by Commissioner Kaylee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Director Gephardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next amendment is to the small water project program. A lot of discussions on this in the past. We're going with what has been traditionally done. Our recommendation is to increase the current small water project program for the next round of applications by $1 million. And that's 10 for any questions.
Is there any questions or comments for Director Gephardt on the small water project program? The proposed budget increase of $1 million. Okay, anybody want to entertain a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Lisa.
Ron. Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the increase in the small water project program by $1 million.
Motion made by Commissioner Salmi Dalton for the small water project program. Proposed budget increase, seconded by Commissioner Kaylee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Director Gebhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're now into the level 2 projects. The remainder of these, excluding the next one we'll talk about, all of these projects have been discussed in May. If you remember, we approved the projects and then you approved us to go to consultant selection. And so we've gone through that point. The consultants have been selected and that's what we're approving now that we have their price and continue on with the project. The only exception to that is this cloud seeding operation hydrologic assessment. This is a project that we discussed on Monday in great depth. The recommendation is for $300,000 to conduct the study. We're basically using newer modeling information and using the data that we have collected from the results of our ongoing programs to try to predict, get a better estimate on the effects or improvements of cloud seeding. So I would stand for any questions on that project.
Are there any questions or comments for Director Gebhardt for the cloud seeding operations hydrological assessment, Medicine Bowl and Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
just a question, Director, and I don't remember, maybe it was mentioned the other day in the workshop. So is it the intent to contract out with the university, or who would actually do the study, or is it a private consulting firm? So who's going to collect the data and do the analysis?
Mr. Chairman, the plan currently is to work through a consultant to do that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Kaylee.
Brendan, in the past, did the in-house office do some type of study or something on this that tells kind of where our best bang for the buck? I missed Monday, so you might have covered it then, but.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. So the data that we've been using to estimate the improvements largely was developed during the pilot study planning. And at that point, it was using the best information available. And so that's every time we say we think we're producing this much, it's based on that original study. But now that we have actual data, we're going to go back and compare how our data looks now. There has been a terrific amount of improvements and more involvement in the science of cloud seeding, particularly in other states. So this study would incorporate what has been done in other programs and try to improve our estimates on what that is. And of course, we know the costs and we can really pinpoint the costs and what we think the improvements we're making cloud seeding.
And just a follow-up question. So do you think after we do a study like this in the future, we'll have the tools available to us to kind of do our own studies to this level?
Mr. Chairman, I would think we probably would. I don't know what kind of expertise it takes to do the modeling analysis, but I've got a lot of faith in Julie. I think we can do a lot.
I as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And any other Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman. just to
Chairman,
follow up-
Representative Larson.
Senator Hicks, go ahead, and then we'll go with Representative Larson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on my first question, Director, was there any discussion about, we do the water research program with the University of Wyoming, and we put out what topics that we want to look at. It seems to me like the university would have the capacity to go back and analyze the data and do that. Was there any discussion about including this as part of the water research program at the University of Wyoming? I just worry that we have this fine institution in Laramie that's supposed to be servicing the state as a land grant university. And we're out paying consultants, so it seems like something they would have the capacity to do.
Go ahead, Barry.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, excellent question that you posed. And just so that you know, right now, the University of Wyoming is doing such a study for the Wind River Range. The Department of Atmospheric Science is currently working on that. They're still probably a couple years out from giving us those numbers. So this effort would be separate to kind of jumpstart in the Medbo Sierra Madres to get that going and get those numbers that we need to go forward to justify these expenditures.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a possibility of putting in a forest health kind of study into this? Because I think that's vital, vitally important to that word get out that our forests do benefit from this.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, it is certainly something we can look at. I don't know. I don't have the expertise to know what that portion of a study would be, but it is certainly something that we can consider in this study.
Thank you.
Any follow-up question, Representative Larson? No. Any other questions or comments? Did anybody entertain a motion for the cloud seeding?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the cloud seeding operations and assessment for the $300,000 proposed budget.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Kaylee for the cloud seeding operations hydrological assessment, Medicine Bow and Sierra Madre Mountain Ranges proposed budget 300,000. Seconded by Larry Suker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Director. And the project manager is Julie, right? Is that what she's?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Go ahead, Director Gebhardt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we're into the block projects that have already been, the projects we've been approved to go after consultant selection done in May. Those approvals were done in May. The first one is the Grange groundwater supply and improvements. The proposed budget is $725,000. This is level 2 feasibility study to investigate developing an additional groundwater supply well for the town of LaGrange and other needed system improvements. I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions for Director Gebhardt on the LaGrange groundwater supply and improvements? Okay, if there's none, then I'd like to ask for anybody entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the LaGrange groundwater supply and improvements budget as recommended by the Water Development Office.
Your second. Motion made by Commissioner Salmi Dalton for the LaGrange groundwater supply and improvements. Seconded by Commissioner Suker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Go ahead, Director Gebhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next project under tab H. This is very similar to the one we just discussed, except this is for the town of Pavilion. And it is a Pavilion groundwater supply. The recommended budget is $687,000. Very, very similar to the same concept that we just discussed.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Director Gebhardt on the pavilion groundwater supply? Proposed budget $687,000. Since
Mr.
there's
Chairman?
none, and then, go ahead.
I would
Director
move that
Yankee.
we approve the recommendation for
Commissioner Yankee.
Pavilion to go to their level 2 for the groundwater supply study.
Your second. Motion made by Commissioner Yankee for the pavilion ground, approval of the pavilion groundwater supply. Seconded by Commissioner Craig for the proposed budget of $687,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you, Director Gebhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next project is the Clarks Fork Upper Shoshone Watershed Study. The recommended proposed budget is for $396,000, and this is a watershed study.
This is like the beginning one, right? Okay. Anybody have any questions or comments for Director Gebhardt on the Clarks Fork Upper Shoshone Watershed Study?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Craig,
I make the motion to approve the request for funding for the Paul Clarks Fork Cody Conservation District Upper Shoshone Watershed Study.
Second.
motion made by Commissioner Craig to approve the Clarks Fork Upper Shoshone Watershed Study and proposed budget $396,000, seconded by Commissioner Lawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Director Gebhardt.
Mr. Chairman, under tab J is the next project. It's the Dayton Water Master Plan. This is a level 1 water master plan for the town of Dayton, and the recommended budget is $167,000.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Director Gebhardt for the Dayton Water Master Plan? I hear a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move acceptance of Dayton Water Master Plan study.
In a second.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Little to approve the Dayton Water Master Plan for $167,000, seconded by Commissioner Suker. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Director Gebhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next project under tab K is the Riverton Regional Water Master Plan. This is another water master plan with recommended budget of $256,000.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Director Gebhardt on the Riverton Regional Water Master Plan? Proposed budget $256,000.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move that we approve the recommendation for the Riverton Regional Water Master Plan Level 1.
Give me a second.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Yankee to approve the Riverton Regional Water Master Plan, proposed budget $256,000, seconded by Commissioner Cott. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next recommendation is for the funding of the UW Office of Water Programs. This is the ongoing program administered by Greg Kerr. This is a biennial budget request of $175,000. This has been the same budget request for multiple years, but it would fund the upcoming biennium running from July 1st of 2022 through 2 years to June 30th of 2024. So each year is about $87,500. I don't know, do we need an explanation on this or do I stand for any questions? I know Greg Kerr is going to be joining us. He should be online.
Riley, is Greg online? Morning, Greg. Can you?
Good morning.
Morning.
Hopefully I'm
Can you give
online
us-
now.
We see you, Mr. Kerr.
You also hear me?
Yes, we
Hear you,
can.
yes.
All right, thank you.
We have a comment or a question from Commissioner Suker.
Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
I just had one thing. I know that we give you 175,000. It's been traditional for some time. But do we get, is there any documentation dealing with and how that was spent? I know we have got one at one time, but on a yearly concurrence, do we have where those funds go and the beneficial factors of those?
Mr. Chairman, we don't turn that in as a report, but it certainly can. We have all of the accounting documentation of where those funds are spent, including salary dollars and information dissemination. We have all of that broken down that we have provided in the past.
I think that would be good because I think like anything, the accountability of it and it also relates to, I believe, some of our students. Is that correct? That attend the University of Wyoming? Do they help do some of this reporting?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Student involvement is in all of our water research program projects. That's a requirement of our funding, is to provide training for students. So we have graduate students, undergraduates involved in every project.
It'd just be nice to look at the beneficial factor, I guess. I'm not concerned about where the money's going. I know we're obligating the money, but let's look at the beneficial factor and I'd be satisfied with that. If you could get that to our director, Brandon Gebhardt, sometime, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Kerr? If there is none, anybody entertain a motion?
I also move that we make a motion for the University of Office of Water Projects in the amount of $175,000.
Motion made by Larry Suker for the to approve the University of Wyoming Office of Water Programs proposed budget $175,000 for the biennium. Seconded by Commissioner Kaylee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you. Director Gebhardt, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And if we can let Mr. Kerr back in, he got the next project as well. This is the UW Water Research Program. And if you remember, we don't have a budget yet to establish. We're going through the proposal phase. Mr. Kerr is going to, he can explain where we are in this process, but once we get those proposals and they're vetted, a prioritized list will come to the commission for approval at a later date. So Mr. Kerr, would you like to add anything?
Mr. Chairman, actually, sorry I couldn't be there in person. I think in the last 16 years, this is the first time I haven't made it to the Casper meetings that have been held in person. So I had a little surgery done and I saw the doctor yesterday. He said, this shoulder surgery isn't for sissies. And I said, well, I must be a sissy because it's kicking my butt the last few days. So anyway, I'm glad I could visit with you online here. If you recall, for our water research program, in our May meeting, the RFP that was established was approved. Within that RFP, it was approved based on adding an additional topic on rare earth elements and swaying most significantly to lithium. And so we did that with conversations with Senator Hicks. We added an additional topic. We received, after releasing our RFP in September, we did receive 6 proposals that addressed the topics within our RFP. And one of those was addressing that additional topic on rare earth elements specific to lithium, but added in several other elements. So what you see in your notebook are the 6 projects, proposals for projects that were submitted, and the non-technical statement explaining those projects. We put that into place several years ago to try to tone down some of the science from the faculty to tell us exactly what was going on with their projects in a general term. So that's the non-technical statement that is listed there. So we released that RFP, received proposals in early October, and we're now at the phase of peer reviews. The advisory committee will meet the end of November here to go ahead and rank those individual projects and discuss all of the reviews. That ranking then will go back to the commission and Select Water in January for selection of hopefully projects that will be included in the omnibus bill. So people can start looking at the water resources issues that we have presented. So that's basically our timetable. So no decision on projects now. We're still in the review phase. That'll happen in January. Any questions?
Any
Mike?
questions for Mr. Kerr? Commissioner Salma Dalton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kerr. I was just curious on proposal A and B. They're fairly similar, talking about the sediments in the Willwood Dam. And can they be combined, or is it, I just was trying to kind of read through them and understand the differences and didn't have a lot of understanding. Could you help me out?
Mr. Chairman, both of these individual PIs worked with the work group at the Willwood project that has been ongoing now for several years and will probably continue to go on. They're looking at data analysis. The 2 individual proposals address differences after their conversations with that work group. As far as combining, it's probably doubtful unless both the individual PIs went back another year and decided there were aspects that they could combine to satisfy work that needs to be done through that work group.
Any other questions or comments for?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for Greg, and it concerns proposals A and B. Again, Greg, my question is, the Willwood Dam is obviously a real key component of the system, the Clarks Fork and Upper Shoshone, and we just approved a level 1 watershed study. Is there any way that the people involved in that watershed study could benefit from the research that comes out of these 2 proposals?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I mean, this information there, the people, when they did try to apply, they were told specifically that they needed to work with the group that has been ongoing in those areas, and the benefits are for the entire area and the Willwood. So they have to direct their work so it's beneficial to everyone that's involved.
Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Kerr? You have a comment, Director?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I do not believe we need a motion for, Barry, do we need a motion for this? Not at this time, so.
Okay, there's no motion at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I just
Uh,
have a question on one
Commission-
of the other proposals.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner
Uh,
Cox.
And this would be a question for Mr. Kerr on proposal E, dealing with the critical minerals. And I assume, I guess this is just a question that the researchers in the university will coordinate with the Wyoming Geological Survey in this study.
Mr. Chairman, yes. This particular proposal, this individual visited with me, and I talked to him about some of the conflicting reporting that's gone on in the past few years, unclear information about our lithium, specifically resources. We need information to know where we're at with that resource, what the new technology might be available, and the reporting that's been done in the past by both the Geological Survey and other areas. This individual is directed that we need, in essence, more than just a literature search, but an in-depth evaluation of those previous studies. So long answer to your question is yes, they're directed to look at all of those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you for your time, Greg.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being online. I guess we can move on, Director Gebhardt.
Good to see everyone.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Thank you, Greg.
Get well soon.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to the last project, the last recommendation under MC2 of the recommendation notebook. Talked about this a lot. This is the transfer request from WDA 1 to WDA 2 in the amount of $7 million. And I'll hearken you back to the project notebook under tab B, the tables that we've been using to discuss this. With this transfer and everything that we've recommended the last couple of days, with this transfer, our remaining balance in WDA 1 would be just slightly over 16.4 million in account 1, that transfer. And then with the transfer, the result in WDA 2 would be just under $660,000 remaining in account 2.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Director Gebhardt on this?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the transfer from account 1 to account 2.
Here a second. Motion made by Commissioner Little to transfer of funds from Wyoming Water Development Account 1 to Water Development Account 2 in the amount of 7 million. Seconded by Commissioner Kaylee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you, everyone. Let's see. Director Gebhardt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks everyone for your time and listening to us talk about these projects and all the work that you're doing. With that, going back to the original agenda, I do not believe we have any other items requiring commission action today. The next item is director's comments. Quite honestly, I'm done talking. So, and I'm sure you guys are done hearing me, so I have no comments. And then right before we adjourn, the last agenda topic is future meeting schedule under tab M. The next meeting is not a joint meeting, but it's back to back. January 25th and 26th is the water development workshop and meeting. This will be the final funding recommendations. This is where we review the draft omnibus bills, and it'll be in Cheyenne. And then the following day, January 27th, is Select Water Committee meeting, and they will review the recommended draft bill that comes from the commission and do their business the following day. And Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. I did have one comment, not quite done talking. Select Water will be discussing a couple of bills this after our meeting. And I'd ask you to pay particular attention to the bill under tab N of this notebook. It does involve the commission. I'd encourage you to read it, and if they're willing to let you, I think it'd be good for you to hear and provide any input on.
Thank you. I guess we're ready to adjourn, right? We
I
take
just
it,
had one
okay.
comment. Are we continuing to work on our information brochure? How's that coming? Or do we have a consensus on it?
Mr. Chairman, we are working on that. We'll get that. We'll prioritize that. I
What-
apologize for not having that done.
That's all right. You think you'll have it done January?
Yeah, we'll have it done in
I'll be
January.
fine. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, as we're at the end, I guess the commission's ready to adjourn. Make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I so move.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Little to adjourn and second by Commissioner Suker. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Thank you all for coming. Chairman Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take a 15-minute break now, so we'll be back at 20 minutes after 10 and get started on our agenda with Water Development Commission. Thanks. We call the meeting back to order. We welcome those of you that have stayed. We welcome particularly the Water Development Commission members. You extend the courtesy to us to participate in your meeting, to ask questions. We extend that same courtesy back to you. You're welcome to participate and ask questions as we plunk along. So we have two agenda items that we're going to tackle as the Select Water Committee. And the first one is our last assigned topic for us to address from the Management Council, and that is orphan water rights. So I direct your attention to your tab MC is a copy of the first proposed bill that we're going to be evaluating. And we'll turn the floor over to Abigail that'll walk us through the bill.
Mr. Chairman, the bill before you is 22 LSO 0109 version 2. So we'll go ahead and start on page 6. As you recall, this is the same, roughly the same bill that was brought forward last year as part of the interim committee discussion. And then it was presented to you in August, last year's version, and there's discussion. And so there have been some changes to this, the formal bill draft that was requested by the committee for this year, following up on some of the discussion regarding whether other irrigation types of districts could be included, and trying to flesh out the notification process a little more. So if you start on page 6, we'll start in the amending statutes first, just because it's easier to see what's being changed and what's not being changed. And then page 7 is where you start to kind of get into some of the amendments. I won't go into all of these super in depth because this is about the third time most of you have seen this, these changes. I think one change that was made to this draft, however, that wasn't in the previous versions, is we tweaked some of the language in, starting on page 8, under starting line 20 of page 8. And this is where the question was raised, well, why is it just irrigation districts? Why are other districts included? And so I worked with the state engineer's office and the superintendents to sort of kind of figure out a better way to encompass everyone and to clean that up a little bit. So the amendments that we kind of agreed on was, if the subdivision is located within land served by or crossed by a ditch, irrigation works, or other water conveyance system, evidence that the subdivider submitted the plan to the public entity, company, association, or appropriators responsible for the ditch, irrigation works, or other water conveyance system for review and recommendation. So that is new language that was not in the version you saw in August, and it was to address some of those other districts. There's a staff comment below that section where I looked back at the history of that statute, and it comes from around 2001, I believe, was the original language, and it was a little broader. And then in 2008, during the interim, the Joint Ag Committee actually was brought an interim topic by irrigation districts to address their liability issues that they felt were causing them increased liability. And so an attorney who was representing the irrigation districts at that time drafted these, I believe it was subsection D and E. That language is drafted back in 2008 to try and specifically address irrigation districts under Title VII. So they tweaked the language in this subsection B that we're now trying to fix. It's probably why it's a little clunky. So we left alone, if you turn the page, in that D and E, we left most of that alone. E is the only one where we, instead of it just being an irrigation district, it was changed to a public entity. So it encompasses anyone in D or in that B, subparagraph B. I have a staff comment on page 11, and this was regarding a request by the committee to kind of flesh out the notification of districts and the adequacy of the plan. So previously, it just said they had to submit it, an adequate and responsible plan. So the question was raised, well, what is that? Does anyone have to respond? Is there a timing? So we added an evidence that the subdivider submitted the plan to the public entity, company, association, or appropriators for review and recommendation regarding the adequacy of the plan. So that requires a little more feedback between the two entities. Everything else is about the same from the previous two bill drafts we've seen in front of you, so I'm not going to go into details on those. The changes I've talked about in these sections have been then incorporated into the changes that you see in the beginning of the bill for the counties. I believe this is the municipalities, but so it's the same.
Very good. The state engineer's office has sent Lauren Smith to coach us and provide us input on this bill. So let's go to him next, and then we can generate any questions you might have after that. Lauren, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we have tried to accomplish through this bill, the amendment section is to directed to tighten up some of the vague areas of that Title 18 statute, the county end of subdivisions. That bill has been in place since, I believe, the 80 or that statutory requirement of subdivisions since the 80s. But what we were finding was some counties would follow it and some wouldn't. There was no real hard, fast document that needed to be passed from the state engineer to the county that said this subdivision is approved by us, that it's good to go now and the county can approve that subdivision. It's got all, meets all the terms of the statutory requirements. What we're doing with Title 15, which is the municipality side of things, is to kind of close up the loophole. Municipalities haven't had to follow the subdivision guidelines, but what's happened and what the fear is that you have landowners next to a municipality that come in and ask to have their property annexed into the city. Then once they are in the city, then they do the subdivision and they don't have to follow all these extra steps that clean up the water rights and set that subdivision up for success down the road and to keep it out of regulatory nightmares that we have. Our staff spends an inordinate amount of time dealing with subdivision problems all summer long. Typically, these are small users, small lots, small landowners that are demanding a lot of water compared to the ag fields next door that are growing the cash crops and those guys that are really relying on that water. These folks are entitled to the water, but if we can set them up for success with taps and easements and rights of way where they can get in and clean and operate their ditches optimally for them. We have wastewater concerns. We take care of that up front in the distribution plans and clean up the water rights and make sure things are good going forward so that that subdivision can succeed on its own. So that's kind of the impetus of these two changes to these titles. And stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Lauren. So folks, the typical protocol now is for us to ask questions of these two and make sure we resolve anything any questions in our minds. And then we'll actually open the session up for public to participate and provide us public input. And then we will entertain a motion to accept the bill, and we'll start working it line item by line item and make sure that it's tweaked just the way we'd like it to tweak. So with that, does anyone have any questions for our panelists? Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, Lawrence, real question. We use the word written certification in here for either the state engineers or the board of control. What is written certification?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. Once the state engineer's office, we do a review of the subdivision plat or the water distribution plan. The state engineer actually does sign off on that plat. There is a signature block at the bottom of the plat for that purpose. And we will send a letter back to the county that this has been certified by the state engineer as complete.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. And I think that's what we're trying to get to. I'm just concerned that the written certification, unless we put what that means, maybe someplace in there, people are not going to know that it means a signature by the state engineer. I don't know that it's a critical component. I was just curious, not knowing what written certification meant. So that would be a signature, but we also use that in terminology with the state engineer's office, but also the board of control. So would the board of control have a separate certification also?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. Yes, if they take the option of the authorization to detach water rights,
because they're dealing typically with adjudicated water rights, that's the Board of Control process in that situation. And to enact that change through the board process, the board has to do a motion and a granting, and they would get a copy of that order, which is the board certification.
Okay, so that brings back my point of confusion. One's a signature by the state engineer on an application, and the other one would be an order by the Board of Control.
Right.
So, I just want to make clear that we probably need to clarify that someplace, Abigail. Written certification can mean two different things. The process for the Board of Control and the state engineer's office. So I don't know if we need to address it, Mr. Chairman, but to me, it's confusing because there's two different processes here, but we call them the exact same thing. Anyway.
That's a very good question. Lauren, the actual wording there is you can do this or this or this or this. And that's where the different locations they have to submit to, whether it's the state engineer's office or the Board of Control, depending on which one they select. So I think it's intuitive that if they select C, they've got to go to the Board of Control as opposed to other options. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that would be correct. Each of those is a different process. Abandonment, if they abandon the water rights, that is a Board of Control process. The water distribution plan review is a state engineer process. And you know, I think the language, the way it is in here, it says written certification from the State Board of Control. So when it says that, I think it does kind of define who is going to be sending back a note or a letter or a copy of the plat that is signed by whoever, the ex officio secretary of the Board of Control or the state engineer if it's a water distribution plan.
So, Mr. Chairman, as we work the bill, maybe just to give Abigail kind of a time to think through this, but maybe we just need to bring in a definition of written certification for the state engineer means. Written certification for the Board of Control means, so people know what type of documentation that's going to be generated associated with the statute. So just a thought, but maybe Abigail's got an answer to that already.
And Mr. Chairman, perhaps if the written certification is a little too narrow and if we brought it up to, it used to say evidence. And I think that perhaps they wanted something in writing, which is why it was changed to written certification. Perhaps it just needs to say documentation or from a more generic word that gives the state engineer and Board of Control flexibility to do what it already does.
Yeah, and I
My
think
fear with
documentation
defining-
would be a reasonable alternative. It's a little broader, but it's also doesn't say a written certification. But again, it's a little bit semantics, but I think what we're going to run into, people are not going to know what that means.
Mr. Chairman, one of the reasons this piece is in the legislation is that the term evidence took away the hammer from the state, from our agency. Folks would submit the plan to the state engineer's office and they would turn over certified mailing cards and such to the county, and that was enough evidence that it had been submitted. When these reviews were done, we'd find errors in these things and we had no hammer to go back to the developer and say, you need to repair, fix this. You need to clean this up. This is incorrect. And we had no hammer to get that work done, and they would just typically blow us off, and the county had already approved the subdivision. So we're trying to get around that is what we're trying to do with this tightening up in 18.
Mr. Chairman,
please.
I'm kind of backing up a little bit, but I'd wonder if anybody could refresh our memories on how this bill went last year. Where the sticking point, because it didn't pass. I'm not sure where the process was for that. Do the changes remedy some of the problems that were found in the bill, or do we know what remedies are necessary to get this bill passed?
Abigail, would you address that, please?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Eklund, the committee, the Select Water Committee actually tabled this bill until this year just to allow for increased public comment because it does affect so many entities across the state. So that's why it was brought back again as an interim topic, more to continue last year's discussion.
The other orphan water right bill that we processed was about the process. And that was successful. We passed that, but this one was tabled. Any other questions? Okay, I have one. Lauren, I've designed subdivisions in the past, being an engineer, and so I understand that process, and you're absolutely correct. When the landowner would go through the development process, but the current statutes in the counties allowed them just to say, yep, I've submitted all the paperwork, I'm done, but there was no follow through and capabilities to ensure the follow through is made. This bill does that. We've now redlined it so that they actually have to go through the entire process before the county commissioners can approve the subdivision. Now, my question for you is, we're going to get a lot of criticism over this bill by land developers and real estate agents, because this is going to slow the process down significantly. So my question for you is, what is that time frame from the time a developer submits the water right data to you? How fast are you going to be able to turn that around? What kind of a time frame there are we looking at?
Mr. Chairman, it depends on which of the four options they take. The abandonment type option or the movement of water rights takes a petition to the State Board of Control. The board meets quarterly. So if they would, and there's a 45-day window that they have to have their petition work filed in prior to the board meeting so that our technical staff has time to complete reviews. About the quickest they could get a subdivision through the Board of Control process for change would be about 60 to 90 days. That would be the fastest. Typically, those petitions take extra work and are 2 or 3 meetings down the road by the time we receive all the ownership documentation and consents and different things that the board requires to change water rights around or abandon a water right like that. The ADWR process is a little simpler. That can be filed right up to the day of board meeting. We still goes through the Board of Control on a quarterly basis, but the time lag is not near what it would be for a board petition. And then to do, a water distribution plan is about a 3 to 6 week review process by our state engineer staff, and those can be signed off on and move forward at any time once that review is completed. And the superintendent and the field staff have acted on it too. We took a look at every one of them in the field from that perspective as well. So to make sure mechanically they work. So that would be pretty quick to do a water distribution plan.
Thank you. It really does make a difference on which option they choose. And knowing developers as I do, they will quite often choose the least time frame, one option, just to be able to progress. Another thing that I think is going to be intuitively obvious is the consulting engineers / surveyors are going to have to start working the water rights very beginning, almost before the preliminary plat, in order to get that process going so that the project isn't delayed significantly. You concur with that?
Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right. And, and they can do the review with the irrigation districts at the same time that that plan is in review with the state engineer, as long as they feel that it's complete enough, to get through that. We work closely in the field with the irrigation districts for the most part. We're communicating all the time, so we can work back and forth with them on amendments that are needed or things like that as well. So help that process. But it's a big undertaking. Just this year, Shoshone Irrigation District, one of the largest that I have in my division, has hired an individual just to do subdivision reviews because they have so many of them up in that Powell and Cody area. So they're trying to stay up on them. It's just time.
Representative Larson, you have an expertise in this area. Do you have any questions for these two?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you to Mr. Smith. I guess I have a question. If a subdivider decides that he would like to relinquish the water rights, is there a process where there's time to figure out what to do with those water rights?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, yes, that would be the process of authorization for detachment, the ADWR process. They can detach that water right through that vehicle, that form, through the Board of Control.
that water right is available to be transferred or moved or changed place of use, change of use within 5 years. At the end of that 5-year period, automatically that water right is abandoned if nothing has happened, if no petition work has been filed. We worked very hard with the districts that end up getting a lot of these ADWRs assigned over to them to go find homes for these water rights and protect them down the road, because we're never going to get any more. We have just so many of these pre-compact water rights that are valid and golden under like the Yellowstone Compact and the Green River, Colorado River Compact. They have a little extra weight and we want to protect those. So that gives them 5 years to find somewhere to move those rights, or they get maybe changed over to a municipal type use or change that use to where they can be utilized in the future.
Mr. Chairman, I heard that has happened in the counties already. I know when I was a manager of an irrigation district, we had done that. And so this would carry over also to a subdivision in a municipality. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, you are correct. Yes, if that irrigation district covered that municipality or those lands that are annexed into the municipality, it would continue on. Yes.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for Abigail or Lauren?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just have
Please,
a
Commissioner.
comment about this. The subdivisions within the whole home rule area, would they have to go through and meet this criteria?
It is, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sugar. I would believe they do. Yes. I believe any subdivision coming in through the state at any new subdivision would have to follow these steps if
Okay.
this is enacted. Yes.
All right. With that said, would it also take a DEQ permit before this could be changed or anything done with the document at the
Well,
time of
Mr.
the
Chairman.
application of the subdivision?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sugar, that's outside of my expertise, and I would have to.
I think I can address that. DEQ is going to be involved if there's drinking water or wastewater systems, but in terms of just water rights, DEQ does not have any.
State engineer has
State
that.
engineers.
Okay, thank you.
Completely. All right, let's progress. Abigail, would you mind going back to your computer and seeing if we have guests in the waiting room that would like to comment? Mr. Ryman, there you go. Jeremiah, welcome to our meeting. We can see you. You want to test your mic and make sure we can hear you?
Does that work, Mr. Chairman?
It does. We can hear you.
All right,
Please feel free to comment.
great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of Wyoming's County Commissioners. I believe at the last meeting, there was some question about where commissioners stood in relationship to this bill. And I don't come with you to you with a position on the bill at this point in time, but I did want to offer that Mr. Lanning, the state engineer, and his staff have been very generous in coming to meet with us. I first met with the state engineer back in May, I believe, about this concept, and in particular, the changes to the county portion of the requirements here. Since that time, the department has presented to our members at our most recent meeting. And what I would share for you is that that conversation was received very positively. And we have identified nothing from our membership at this point in time to suggest that this is not something that we wouldn't at least be neutral on and perhaps even supportive of. So again, the only reason we wouldn't have a position is we haven't gone through that process with our members at this point in time. But at least the conversation so far has been very receptive, and we've identified no issues. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Does anyone have any questions for the County Commissioners Association? Seeing none, thank you, Jeremiah. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Abigail, is there anyone else in the waiting room? None. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on this proposed bill? Seeing none. Right. Committee members, we are now at that point that I would entertain a motion to adopt this bill.
Mr. Chairman, I make that motion.
Motion's been made by Representative Larson and seconded by Representative Nyman to proceed with this bill. So we're now available to discuss and to amend. Let's take it a page at a time, members. Are there any amendments on page 1? None. Any amendments on page 2? Seeing none, how about page 3? Is there any amendments on page 3? On page 4, does anyone propose any amendments on page 4? Any amendments on page 5? Maybe I should have just said, is there any amendments? Any on page 6? 7? 8? On page 9, we have a staff comment. Abigail, have we resolved that to your satisfaction? We have. She's nodding her head. Go on to page 10. Any comments or amendments on page 10 or 11? 12? 13? 14? I suspect it's because we've worked this bill for 2 years, so we may not have any amendments. So seeing none, a perfect bill. That'll be an anomaly. That'd be fun to have the first perfect bill ever come out of committee.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please.
Representative
Larson.
I think the bill looks really good. I'm really I'm pleased with the outcome. I think we are dealing obviously with the issues we're having in the cities with not so much with current water rights that we're having troubles with, but definitely for future subdivisions. And I would encourage the committee to vote aye to bring this forward.
Thank you, Representative Larson. I would echo that as well. We recognize we're putting the burden on landowners that desire to develop. It's going to take them a little longer. They have to jump through more hoops. They have to extend more money. It's a hardship on them, but the cost to the state of Wyoming to have more and more water rights slip into that orphan category where we simply do not have the ability to utilize that, especially as the downstream states are looking to capture all the water that we are not using upstream. I think it's an important precautionary measure. So I also urge you to vote aye on it. Okay, Abigail, do you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, did you want the written certification changed?
Senator Hicks. Been moved and seconded that we change every place that the word written documentation is in the bill. We change it to, what was the word, Senator? Written certification.
To written documentation.
Written documentation. Any other debate on that proposed amendment? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes. Abigail, with that, I'm going to call for a roll call vote on the bill, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote on 22 LSO 109, version 2 as amended. Representative Banks,
Aye.
Representative Eklund, Representative Larson,
Aye.
Representative Nyman,
Aye.
Representative Paxton, Senator Boner, Senator Driscoll, Senator French,
Aye.
Senator Guru,
Aye.
Senator Steinmetz, Vice Chairman Hicks, Chairman Simpson.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 11 ayes and 1 excused.
Thank you. I propose we take that as a House bill. And I would propose that Representative Larson and I carry it. And I believe it's going to be assigned to the Agriculture Water Committee. And so we'll present the bill there. Thank you very much. We will progress now. Senator Hicks. I was assuming that was going to happen. But you're right, it may not happen. But working on the assumption that we'll get a committee bill through. All right, thank you very much. Lauren, appreciate your attendance today and your input. Okay, now we are moving to the next bill. We have several agency heads and directors that will be providing us input on this bill. So let's talk about the purpose of this bill. The Joint Appropriations Committee asked us to prepare a bill that we could utilize some of the ARPA money in. And so working jointly with the governor's staff and the directors of multiple agencies, we've come up with this new water program. It's a temporary program. It's intended specifically to capture ARPA money and funnel it into infrastructure. You'll notice the heading is for water projects, but we get down inside and it actually opens the door for wastewater projects, which are also eligible through the ARPA funds as well. So let's see, Abigail, would you like to walk us through the bill?
Mr. Chairman, this bill sets up a kind of a separate program within the Water Development Office to administer these ARPA funds on using the eligibility criteria that's been identified for, it's the SRF program. Projects have to be eligible, categories of projects for SRF to be eligible for these ARPA funds. So the beginning on page 1, you see just simple definition sections of entities that are eligible. We left this broad and for the office to determine if, is there anyone perhaps that might be eligible for ARPA funding that might not be currently under the water development program, if that's possible under the federal language. So kind of subsection B on page 2 is where you start to get into the details of the program. And it creates an infrastructure program that's established and administered by the Water Development Office, a temporary program. And then it also requires that the Office of State Lands and Investments and Department of Environmental Quality consult with and provide technical assistance to the Water Development Office in the establishment and administration of the program. And it gives them leeway to kind of establish an informal working group amongst themselves for how they're going to set this up and run the program. In subsection I, the Water Development Office, working with the Office of State Lands and Development and the Department of Environmental Quality, shall develop an application process, which includes, timelines and required documentation. And then they also, so if they receive that, then the Water Development Office is the one that actually makes the decision on, reviews the application, but they can use that informal working group with OSLI and DEQ to help them do that. And it has that the application shall be reviewed on a rolling basis to determine whether the project for which an entity has submitted an application is actually eligible under the ARPA funding requirements. Under subparagraph 2, the grants shall generally be awarded on a first come, first served basis. However, it gives the Water Development Office the ability to evaluate and prioritize eligible projects for recommendations. If they get a bunch of applicants right up front, they can start looking at those in more of an evaluative way. So, and to help them do that, the office working with OSLI and DEQ may develop criteria to evaluate and prioritize those projects. However, the grants awarded for each eligible project shall not exceed 85% of the estimated project cost or $7,500,000, whichever is less. So there is a cap on the funding. Once the office and through that informal working group with OSLI and DEQ has said, yes, this is an eligible project, this is the funding recommendation, they then send that to the Water Development Commission, and the Water Development Commission then makes the final decision regarding approval and prioritization of the eligible project for inclusion in the temporary program, and then also that grant award amount. Subsection 4 is similar to what's currently in statute for the Water Development Program. It says that decisions of the Water Development Commission, Water Development Office, OSLI, and DEQ relating to determinations of project eligibility and prioritization, including the recommended grant award amounts, are exempt from the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act. And that's just a kind of, if they say, hey, your project's not eligible, someone can't go appeal that decision, is essentially the impact that that has. Then kind of final chunk of this is then the bill puts restrictions on the entities receiving the funds in terms of what they need to do in order to receive the grant dollars. They agree to comply with all provisions of the ARPA. They agree to the operation and maintenance of the project. They agree to all project expenditures in excess of the total project grant amount, that they will provide those. And they agree to repay the entirety or a portion of the grant award if they abandon completion of the project, or if a portion of the project is ultimately determined to be ineligible for ARPA funding. And then it gives the Water Development Office the ability to put into their contracts or agreements any other provisions that they think are necessary to protect the state. And finally, it has that the funds need to be expended by December 1, 2026. Which is when ARPA funds have to be expended by. In subsection C, you'll see the Water Development Office will include a summary of the work they're doing on this program in their existing report that goes to the legislature every year. And it says that the grants awarded under the program have to be made by October 1, 2024. And that October 1 deadline is kind of, it gives the governor's office and the state a little ability to say, hey, we have money sitting in this pot. Is there any other way we can expend it before the funding expires? So it's a cushion in there. Section 2 gives the Water Development Office the ability to promulgate rules necessary to administer the program. And Section 3 then, as it appropriates $95 million from ARPA funds. And this is the capital construction fund of ARPA. To the Water Development Office for this program. In Section 4, we have split effective dates. This gives the office, the Water Development Office, the ability to get started on rulemaking as soon as this bill becomes law. And then subsection B is it would go, the rest of the bill would go into effect starting in July.
Thank you, Abigail. So a few of the key points in this bill that I'd like to highlight for you. On page 4, lines 15 through 17. So let's talk about who's eligible for this program. Municipalities, water and sewer districts, special service districts, the existing entities who have projects ready to go. So if someone just wants to start on the level 1 process through WWDC, this isn't for them. these are projects that have already gone through level 1 and level 2, and they're ready to go. But for some reason, the sponsor is holding off. Maybe they just feel like they can't afford the 33% for whatever reason they're holding. And we have, especially if you throw in the wastewater projects that are pending out there, sitting, the plans and specs have been prepared. Well over $100 million worth of projects that are just sitting there that could be edged on. Now we have 3 to 4 years to spend this money. So it's not like they have to be shovel ready, but they have to be an advanced process to the point that the municipality or district is ready and can move forward with it. So that's what we're looking at, the type of projects. We've, through consultation with various parties, we've zoomed in on the 85% grant. We felt like it needed to be sweeter than the 67% grant in order to entice more people to jump on and do this, because really the emphasis of this bill is let's use ARPA money for outstanding projects that are going to otherwise use water development money in the next 2 to 3 years. We're going to try to knock those projects out so there's not such a big demand on such a small amount of money that we have in the water accounts. So then on line 17 on page 4, again, this was a number we zeroed in on, but we're interested in your input today. If we just left it open, we think there could be some $50 million projects that would come in and just sweep the whole funds. I think the objective here is to make the total grant available small enough that we're going to be able to maybe service 20, 25 projects, because we're going to get some projects that are just $1 and $2 million ones in, but we may get some bigger ones that would max out at the $77.5 million. So we're trying to find that comfortable range where we encourage more projects to be successfully completed, yet making it worthwhile for people to submit. So again, that's variable. And then back on to the latter part of the bill on page 7, you'll notice that we've chosen 95 million. We believe there's a lot more demands than that. Again, do we ask for 300 million or do we ask for 50 million? And what is going to be the negotiated position if we're even successful with this bill? And so that would also be an area of topic of discussion for today. So with that as an introduction, I'm going to go next to Director Gephardt. You have some input for us since we're directing this program into your court. But what are your thoughts here, Director? And do you have any amendments you recommend for us?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And if I may offer that Randall Luthi with the governor's office, if he can provide information first and I could support that, would that be okay?
Director, we actually have several state agencies on board. I was going to save Mr. Luthi for a little later on.
Okay.
But if you wanted to pause, we could still take on some of the other directors and other agencies.
I'm fine. I was just going to let him, because what he has prepared is similar to what I will talk, but I will talk about a couple things and then I will support him after he talks. So I'll go ahead.
And then we'll bring you back.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
So first of all, thank you for including us. Just so everybody knows, the 3 agencies and myself have had numerous conversations on this. And we view it as a collaborative effort between the 3 agencies, and we're committed. If this becomes if this bill passes, we're all committed to making this thing work. So we're all in favor of it, and we're committed to do it. I just had a couple of questions or maybe suggestions. The first one that I'll talk about is there are some dates in here. I believe the first one starts on page 6, line 17. And my question is that if the federal government extends this program, does this bill want to automatically extend with that? And could this be modified, the language be modified to do that extension with an extension of the federal program. That would be my first question. My second question then under section 2 on page 7 is water development, the way this is written now, water development certainly need to make rules, and that's what this is granting. But I don't know if state lands and DEQ may need to promulgate rules, but if they do, could they be allowed under this section by the legislature to make those rules?
Okay,
And Mr. Chairman, I think I'll hold off on anything else until others have spoken.
thank you. So we'll take your recommendations under advisement and address those when we look at the bill specifically. With that, thank you very much. Let's go to Todd, Director of DEQ. Is he available?
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know who said that. Brandon.
It may be Jennifer Zigmund with DEQ.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is Todd Parfit, Director of the Department of Environmental Quality. Also here with me, as you heard, is Jennifer Zigmund, the Water Quality Division Administrator. And you can hear me fine?
We can hear you, Director. Please carry on.
Terrific, thank you. So I just wanted to start out that we agree with the comments from Director Gephardt. We think that the draft 3 is very workable. It takes advantage of existing processes, and as Director Gephardt indicated, we work very well together now with the SRF programs, with the Office of State Lands and Investment and the Water Development Office. We're prepared to support and work with both the OSLI and Water Development Office to make funding recommendations for eligible entities. I guess the one comment that I would have, and I don't know if Randall Luthi will address this as well, perhaps, but one suggestion is on page 4, line 15, and there's reference to the project shall not exceed 85% of the estimated project cost. I just wanted to make you aware that this is a similar circumstance that we ran into with the landfill cease and transfer program. And there was some language that the legislature incorporated to allow, in certain circumstances, funding up to 100% of the projects if there was a demonstration made by the entity that they had exhausted all of their funding options. I don't know if that's something that you want to consider, but there is some language in existing statute that you could reference if you chose to go that direction. The last thing that I'll mention is that we don't really see the need to promulgate any rules for DEQ, just to get that out there if there was a question related to that. So with that, I'll stop, and then we can take any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you, Director. I'm gonna stop right here. Does anyone have any questions for Director Parfit? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Director Parfit, under this program, do you see that this would be offsetting clean water state revolving funds or drinking water state revolving funds? How would this program either compete or complement the existing programs?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, Good question. I think one of the advantages of the draft bill that you have before you is that it keeps it separate from the SRF, which means all of the requirements or strings attached with the SRF dollars don't apply to the ARPA funds. And the other thing is that under the SRF, that's in the form of mostly in the form of loans. Whereas what's being proposed here in this bill through the ARPA funds, they would be in the form of grant, which would be more appealing to a lot of these entities. So that's probably the biggest difference there between the two. So I think to the first part of your question, I do think that to some degree, it will supplant some of the projects that might otherwise have applied for SRF funding.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, so Director Parfit, the way this is currently constructed, it wouldn't preclude an applicant from having both ARPA funds or SRF funds. Is that correct? The way you see it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I don't think it would preclude. I guess the question I don't have the answer to right at the moment, and maybe Director Gephardt might, but the question would be is if you commingle the funds on a project, then all of the project would have to meet the requirements of the SRF program. And so there may be a risk in doing that.
Senator, the way I view this is that sponsors with water projects, if they needed the extra 15%, they would probably come to WWDC. And clients with wastewater projects will have to find another source. I agree with the director. I think it would muddy the water and put a lot of stipulations on it. I think they're going to go somewhere else, even to private venture to pick up that extra 15% if they needed to.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would envision that there'll be a tremendous amount of loan grant shopping associated with this program. You got USDA, RUS, so they'll get other federal funds, state funds. They could go to water development for a loan or a grant. They maybe, while it may muddy it up, there may be enough financial incentive to do a clean water drinking SRF fund segregated. I just don't know on that, but we've got some concerns along that line that there'll be a lot of program shopping associated with this program. So
I'm sure that's going to be the case, but I think that's okay. I mean, every entity, our bigger cities are probably just going to cash out that 15%. Our smaller districts are going to have to find other resources, and that's okay too. Any other questions from the director? All right, Director, please stay online for us as we work through this, if you would, please. Let's bring Randall Luthi and Elizabeth Blackwell on both. Can we do that? Hi, Randall, we can see you. You want to test your mic and make sure we can hear you too?
Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Very good. We can hear you great. And is Elizabeth somewhere? Is she still coming?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Elizabeth. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
I'll try to fix the video problem.
Very well. Randall, you have a fairly substantial recommendation for us. Would you like to present the governor's position on what you'd like to see here with this bill?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Select Water Committee. Maybe not substantial, but at least worth some discussion from you and the committee. My name is Randall Luthi. I'm advisor to Governor Mark Gordon. And first of all, again, thank you for the opportunity and also the fact that you are using ARPA funds for wastewater and other water projects as we look at 22 LSO 240 working draft number 3. The governor is very, very supportive of an ARPA-funded water development process, and he does recognize the effort you all have put into this bill. We do believe the concept is sound. And whatever projects are eventually funded are going to be a great asset to the people of Wyoming. So again, like you've heard from the other two people on this bill, we are committed to assisting you in making this process work. And why we believe the following comments will actually improve the process. But the governor recognizes this is a legislative call, and I suspect that he will likely support whatever direction you decide to head. As I mentioned, my comments are directed towards procedure, and I'll give you a reason why I think we might have just some recommendations for a different way to skin this cat, so to speak. The governor envisions a process where the three entities, that would be the Water Development Commission, Office of State Lands and Investments, and the Department of Environmental Quality, are able to use their past experience and their current staff efficiently and effectively. The three agencies will work cooperatively together on the applications and provide recommendations to the Water Development Commission based on the determination of eligibility of each application, as they currently do with the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund programs. We fully support the Water Development Commission to make the final decisions on these projects. The Commission has great experience in water projects and is best equipped to make those final decisions. However, the Office of State Lands has a current experienced staff who have not only analyzed municipal and county water projects, again for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund eligibility for years, but they also established a program for determining the eligibility for millions of dollars of projects funded by federal funds through the state revolving fund programs and the CARES Act. The ARPA and the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Funding eligibility guidelines are similar, and the current state revolving fund process, again involving all three agencies to recommend state revolving fund projects, could be adopted for determining these projects to be eligible under ARPA. However, it would seem most efficient to task the overall grant application process and the administration of the grants to the Office of State Lands. Once those determinations are made, the eligible projects are then diverted to the Wyoming Water Development Office. And notice I did use diverted just so I could relate to you all in a better way. And will be diverted to the Wyoming Water Development Office and the Commission to make those final grant awards. We also suggest that the Water Development Office or the Commission establish that the grants will be awarded on a reimbursement basis. Now, this has proven to make it easier to determine the appropriateness of the grants, since there won't be any upfront funding. The Office of State Lands also has a staff with extensive experience in the actual paying, tracking, and reporting of grant monies to applicants, both with existing SLIB programs and on large-scale CARES Act funds. It would seem that this would be appropriate for the ARPA process as well. Frankly, for a lack of better terms, the Office of State Lands could serve as the banker and the back office of this program. We strongly support the DEQ, Department of Environmental Quality, to be involved in the process and believe the directors of the three agencies can develop rules or guidelines outlining the participation of these agencies to assure that this process flows well. Finally, just a comment on the 85% limit. It has been our experience that there are Wyoming communities and entities that would find that an impossible threshold. So we suggest that the three agencies be authorized to promulgate rules to allow for a higher grant award. And another option has been presented to you by Director Parfit, and that would be to use the same language as you currently find in Wyoming statutes 3511-528H, which gives an opportunity if the applicant has shown that they've exhausted all reasonably available funding, there can be exceptions to that limit. So those would be the governor's comments and my comments as well. And I trust that Director Gephardt and Director Parfit can answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Luthy. We appreciate that. So let me restate what I believe I understood that you said. The current bill proposes that the Water Development Commission be the lead agency. They would develop the rules in conjunction with the other two state agencies. But they would be the ones that actually solicited project applications and working jointly with the other agencies, but still they would be the lead. And then as the Water Development Commission awards the top 18 projects, then you would be the ones that execute contracts. You would be the ones that would send your project managers out onto the job site during construction. You would process pay requests. But under Randall's suggestion is that the Office of State Lands would flip and they would be the lead in consultation with the other two agencies, develop the protocol and accept applications and process them, and would actually rank them. But it would be a team effort, just like either way, it's going to be a team effort. Only the Office of State Lands is going to be the lead. But with the commission actually selecting the top 15 projects per se. And that way the the Select Water Committee could monitor the process probably at that last phase in terms of just our interaction with you. Randall, did I state that correctly? Is there anything else that I left out?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe you did. It would be just kind of a switch of emphasis, allowing state lands to use their existing staff to determine eligibility, get the process going, and then also make sure that the money gets to the applicants.
Ms. Blackwell, could I direct a question to you? You're coming from the Office of State Lands. During construction, how big of a staff do you send people out to monitor construction activities similar to what the Water Development Commission does?
Mr. Chairman, through the SRF programs, we work with Water Development and DEQ to do those project inspections. However, during the CARES Act program that we administered the end of 2022, we did not do that because that was such a fast and feverish program. We awarded 422 grants in less than 6 months, so we were not able to do that. But we would, in this situation, use our partnering agencies to do those inspections.
Very good, thank you. So folks, let's have a debate on this. Where do you want to go? You want to accept the governor's recommendation and have the Office of State Lands be the lead? Or would we prefer to have the Water Development Commission office be the lead? Any comments, discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, I'm thinking back to some of the discussion we had on the Ag Committee about it's an unrelated topic, but we heard that the Office of State Lands Investments just couldn't possibly find any more staffing to do what the Ag Committee was hoping to do on an unrelated subject. So I think that based off that testimony, we need to keep it with water development. And so I was under the impression that State Lands just was at the absolute maximum of their staff capacity and probably couldn't sustain even the most minor budget cut. And so I think the same logic would apply that, you know, they can't do any additional work if that's the case. So I think my inclination is to not burden state lands any more than apparently they already are.
Beth, do you have a reply to that comment? How's your staffing workload?
I would say now that we are finished with the CARES Act program, because that was very much a drain on our staff. Like I said, we vetted more than 600 applications in less than 6 months, awarded 422 grants, and that included doing grant awards, dispersing all the funds in a reimbursement process. Now that that program has been put to bed, my staff is able and willing to do what is asked of it.
Thank you. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if this bill should move forward, I think we ought to keep the current process in place. I'm just of mind of that we're the appropriators, and once we would convey this over to OSLI, we lose
any opportunity. So there would be no select water committee involvement in the, the oversight of the decisions made by the 3 executive branch agencies on the expenditures of those monies. And I think that legislative oversight plays a very critical role when we come to appropriating $100 million. So if the bill moves forward, I'm very comfortable with leaving it in its current form. I still think there's some opportunities for greater involvement by the executive branch agencies, but currently the way it's structured, and again, I'm going to tell you, I'm not a big fan of the bill at this point in time because I've got a lot of questions I want to ask. But if we do move this forward, I would much prefer that we have the current structure that's been outlined in the bill than to shift all of the administrative and oversight and project selection back to OSLI.
Any other questions for these 2 individuals? Please.
I'm going to go ahead and back up the Senate Ag Chairman because I heard exactly the same thing. We tried to pass a bill that state land said it would require another position. They didn't have time to do that. This would involve, I think, as much work as that one did. And I think that I'm under the same feeling that Senator Hicks is, that we leave it with the Water Development Office. I believe they have the expertise to handle it and would get it done if we requested it of them.
Commissioner Sukur, do you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I do have a comment. And I think it comes back to just what was said. I don't like putting a bunch on our director, but it's been there. And I think if you look at the Water Development Commission, in the way they operate, we know when a project comes up, what the criteria is of that project. We know that the relationship to, is it an emergency or close to? Is it something that can be done? And this is a real priority problem with, I think, the prioritization is better left here, I believe, than it is with any other administration. So I don't like to put a lot of work on you, Brandon, but I think it's been successful. And I agree with the comments that were made. I think it needs to stay where we're better equipped, and the prioritization. I've been through this for a long time with the state land boards, and I'm not knocking them. They've done a great job for me. In fact, I was prioritized sometimes down around the 25th to be selected, and I come up and got selected at a higher elevation. But this is a critical point because I think, and that is my real key is the prioritization. The other thing I want to address is in your page number 4, item or line 20. Upon determination by the Wyoming Water Development Office that an entity, should that not be legal entity? And shouldn't it have some language behind that, that they are in good standing with the Secretary of State? I don't know. That's just a question.
We'll address that. Thank you. Anything else?
Nope. Thank you.
Senator Grew, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say I appreciate the former speaker's comments on behalf of the governor, as always. I think I also think it's right on point on that 85% rule. I know that would have an impact on a lot of smaller communities, and I think that needs to be addressed in consultation as if this bill were to pass, as applications come in. But I too would like to echo some points that have been made. I am concerned. I listened to the director or the Beth there from OSLI talking about what they were able to do with the CARES Act fund, and it was a Herculean effort, and I really appreciate it. But I think might be selling themselves just a little bit long on this, because Right now, we're going to have another $1 billion of money that's going out the door. And I know OSLI and a lot of parts of that are going to be deeply involved as we move forward with this process. So I too question the need to put OSLI in charge of this program as well. Not that they couldn't handle it. That's not the point. But as was stated, we didn't have the oversight with that CARES Act money because it was going out so rapidly. I worry about that being replicated in this new round. I know it's a longer period of time, and I think that's good, but still, and we don't know. I also agree with the point that we should probably amend to have it go on as long as the program's available. But I still think that keeping it with the water department, water development folks and Director Gephardt in consultation with OSLI on the points that the speaker made, in consultation with the other departments, as Director Parfit was talking about, I too think is something we should look at, although I know we got a long way to go, and I too have questions along with Senator Hicks on the bill. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Blackwell, do you have a comment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to verify with Director Scoggin what her comments were during the Ag Committee meeting and related to the office being overwhelmed and not able to take on extra work. She was specifically addressing the trust side management of the office, not the grants and loans section within the office that would be administering this program. We are a very separate little group within the office that administers 12 different grant and loan programs. And I just wanted to clarify that because there seems to be a misunderstanding in what Director Scoggin had mentioned during the Ag Committee meetings.
Very good. Thank you. Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I would like to echo the comments made by the good senator to my right. As I listened to the discussion and it was established early on, and I even wrote it down, this money is for level 2 and level 3 projects is the ideal setup for it. And so these are projects that need to be further along. So with just the logic in that would be that if water development handled this, then you've already seen these projects, you understand and know the need for them. It's already been through the pipe. And if that's what we're trying, or they're in the pipe, they're ready to be moved ahead. So the logic to me would be that it would stay with water development because you guys have already seen it. You know where they're at. That what I would think ultimately in this, especially when we're looking at a timeline, would create more of an expedited ability to take care of these projects instead of adding another entity into this that are going to have understanding of where they're at, what's going on when that's already been chatted about and worked through the process on this sense. So I would definitely support the current bill the way it is, leaving it with water development to handle that process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Luthi, would you have a response to that comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I see where this water is flowing, you might say to speak, but no, the committee was kind enough to ask for our recommendation. You have the governor's recommendation of what we feel would be the most efficient process. The only thing I would add is that you have the opportunity to speak to Director Gephardt, and if he does need personnel, that you will pay attention to that request as things go through the budget process. We certainly want this process to work and to work well. So that would be my ask of you as well. Make sure he's got the resources that he needs.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
The other concept that I picked up from Randall's comments earlier was the concept of the 85% maximum project eligibility. And Randall, your recommendation was that we put in a clause that under certain circumstances, under dire situations, that the committee be allowed to go up to 100% grant. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. We gave you just a suggestion for you're already in the statute, or make it allowed under the rulemaking ability for whatever agency to do that. Either one works.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Did I have another comment over here? Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, a question, and I'd first pose this to Randall, but any of the other agencies. Randall, the question I have, when we set up this whole structure of looking at ranking and going through projects, we've gotten the involvement of 3 executive branch agencies, and to a certain degree, particularly with SRF funding, this already goes on. So the question I have is do we really need to set up a statutory framework for something that the agencies are already doing or can doing just amongst themselves? And so just would be curious as your thoughts. Do we really need to establish this collaborative framework and statutes when you can just do it yourselves already?
Was that question directed to who?
To Randall, if he want to take a shot.
Mr. Luthi, please.
Thank you,
I'm just
Mr.
trying to
Chairman.
understand why there's a necessity to put this in statutes when clearly, all 3 agencies are under the auspice of the governor's office, that they can't just set up this process and do this without putting a statutory provision in there to have that happen. Randall, what's your thoughts?
Yep. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hicks. I'm sure the governor's office would be happy to run this program, although it may not be, as it sounds like, in the direction that committee would like you to go, like us to go. So we feel strongly about legislative involvement. I believe what my argument, or at least my comment would be, is the current programs are not dealing with ARP funds. And this gives everyone some statutory cover in how to deal with these funds. They are different funds, they're federal funds, even though we have experience with CARES money, this will be a different federal pot. So that would be my thought.
Thank you. Director.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. One thing to add to that, as far as setting up a program, we've been talking among our group that if we're going to run the program through water development, if we use an existing program to do it, then the eligibility of projects and entities is going to be defined by the program that is run through. So my suggestion would be that if we want to open up the eligibility, both entities and projects, to what ARPA can fund, that it would need to be a different program with under water development so that we can broaden the approach. Otherwise, if it's just money in our account, then our program rules and criteria would have to govern that.
Which is the way the bill is written right now, is to set up a separate program.
That is correct, yes. And that would be fine.
Does anyone else have any questions for the state agencies? Co-chair.
This is Clinton Glick. I have a question about I guess it may be directed at Director Gebhardt, but the outreach to allow or to make sure that we're reaching these smaller districts. In the past, we've done a lot of, some smaller studies, the level 1, and then the entity or the district felt that they could not come up with 33%. So then the project kind of just ended right there. Now we have several of those, and I remember them over the past few years. Are we going to have any kind of outreach through this ARPA program to bring back some of those smaller districts? And then the second part of the question is, if we do bring them back, they may need technical assistance to create a district for the ones that are not, that are just I guess not non-district, I guess.
Director, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Glick, to answer your first question, I do feel that there would be a certain level of outreach to make people aware that this program is up and running that they're eligible. To the second part of your question, because of the tight timeframes, for somebody to create an entity to be eligible is going to take time. I would be concerned that they couldn't do that. They can certainly do it on their own, but I don't know that I'd want to go encourage somebody to do that only to be able to apply to this because it costs money and they may not be able to get it done in time. So I would be cautious on asking people to form entities just for it, but we would certainly do the outreach.
I concur with that. I think that these people not only have to have a project, they've got to be in a legal entity because the time frame to form a district is way too short. You have a follow-up?
Thank you. I guess I have a follow-up here. Is there a possible way for these smaller districts that may not, I guess these smaller areas that are not districts, how would this funds be able to help them maybe in a technical assistance manner to create a district? And a lot of them, I think they wanted to create a district from what a lot of people have presented in the past. They just don't know how to go from A to B. Thank you.
Director Gephardt.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Glick, I don't know that this program is the appropriate place to help people set up. But one thing to let you know that there is likely to be different eligible entities under this program than are eligible to our program. So some of those smaller districts that have some sort of political entity established may be eligible for this, that may not be eligible for ours. So there is that that possibility as well.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, before we let the public comment, are we good to go? Have a question, Senator Hicks?
Mr. Chairman, Director.
That means it has a
Gephardt.
question mark at the end of it.
Yes,
Okay.
big question mark, giant question mark, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to figure out the time frame to actually get a program stood up, get applications in, get them reviewed, inserted into the normal commission time frame, select water. So the way the bill's structured now is if we were to set up this program, move it out, assuming the governor would sign it into law, we're talking sometime in mid-March. And then at that point in time, how long from that point in time does it take your agency then to go out? Because you have to do some internal development of what rulemaking would be. What are those rules? How long would that take internally within your office, plus the coordination with DEQ, LSI, if you're going to do rulemaking, which this specifies you have to do rulemaking. And then there's a statutory provision under the APA as to how long you have to do rules. Once you do those rules, then you got to come back and you got to adopt them, adopt those rules. And then at that point in time, now that we've got the rules in place and a program stood up, we have to go out and do advertising for applications. And so you're going to advertise for applications to eligible entities, or maybe you're not. Maybe we're just going to take existing projects off the shelf and start funding those. What does that time frame take? And then because if we leave it in the current format, then it has to come back to the commission. The commission has to review those. After all three of the executive branch agencies review those applications, make a recommendation, that recommendation then comes back to the commission. And the commission then will have to take an action. And I'm assuming, and I'm just assuming because we haven't promulgated any rules yet, that the time frame for that would pretty much mirror the normal thing. Are we going to have additional meetings of the commission? I'm not so sure that because of the rulemaking thing, whether Select Water would ever get a chance to even look at those recommendations. Similar to what we did with CARES, that went through the Wyoming Business Council and went right out the door with no legislative oversight on that. I think in respect, there was some concerns in the legislature that maybe that wasn't the best way to do things. So you start running through this process and I say, okay, now we have to appropriate those funds. If we come through So the difference between the SLIB process and the legislative process is we got to go back into session. So we've gone through all this application stuff, rulemaking. So we're going to be sitting here a year from today and we haven't obligated a single dollar yet. Because now we're out to 2023 legislative session before the legislature could actually obligate those. That may be a concern that SLIB may be through OSA, may able to get those monies out there quicker. But I'm not even sure in the current process whether the legislature would even have any role in overseeing that, because it's not in the bill. Would that be through rules that it would come back to the commission? Commission makes a recommendation and then those funds are obligated and out the door? Or do we have to come back and commission make a recommendation to the select water that then goes to the full legislature on the expenditures? So I walked through this process one way or another. We're 2023 before there's likely late into 2023. If we follow the normal process, March of 2023 before we'd even obligate any funds. If we got a revision date of October 24 here, that these funds could be swept. And so I'm sitting here, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, is it realistic that we can go out and obligate $95 million at 7,500 or 7.5 million a whack and get things done? Because then we're down to 24 months of construction season. The time frame, I just can't get in my head how that works. And so if you can help me walk through that process and what you were thinking in your discussion with the other agencies as the time frame. If you go to rules, are we going to follow the normal process with water development? Would this commission convene at their normal timeframes to review these? Or would there be additional meetings? Is there going to be recommendations of select water or not select water? Does it, or do you guys just send the money out the door like we did with the CARES Act funding and the Wyoming Business Council? So I'm just trying to understand how this is all going to work in reality. So if you can help me out, it would be very beneficial.
Director Gephardt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I will try. To talk about the rules, I think we would start off with the emergency rules. There is a timeline there for an emergency rule to even be enacted, and I forget exactly what it is. But we did do that with the emergency projects account. So the initial rulemaking would be through the emergency process. And we could have special meetings to establish those rules. To that point, that was one of the discussions that we had with the agencies. And part of the reason behind the recommendation is that OSLI is probably already have most of those rules and wouldn't have to create as many rules to run through that program. So that answers the rule question. As far as applications, we would have to develop an application, and that would be based on rules and criteria established for the program. And I don't have a feel for how long it's going to take to get applications. I suspect that people are going to be watching this legislatively and tracking this bill already. So they may be lining up and ready to pull the trigger as soon as it becomes a law. I don't know that, but as far as once we get an application, I think we can work fairly quickly with the other agencies and make a recommendation. And my initial thought is that we would have it on our current meeting schedule every 2-3 months, depending. We certainly could have special meetings if need be, but my thought would be to have it on the regularly scheduled meetings. And to your point, one of the things we could require is that we would bring those to the commission at a joint meeting. Those are fewer, but we could certainly do that. Did that help at all?
Well, it does. That would be the process, but under that process, what's the time frame? So you bring it back to the commission. So this wouldn't go into effect until March of 2022. And then you got to go through the rules and all that stuff. So which commission meeting would you anticipate having all the rules, the applications prepared? And then how long are you going to take applications? Is it a 30-day window? Is it a 60-day window? So I'm trying to figure out what meeting would it be, the August meeting in 2022 next year that you actually have, I think, which is almost impossible, but even under an emergency rule to allow people to actually get applications in. So is it the November meeting that then you would bring applications to the commission with a recommendation of the 3 agencies? And then if it's the November meeting, that the overriding question that I still have at that point in time is the final action of the commission. Typically what we did with the CARES Act funding, once the business council approved those went out the door. So, and it was a concern with some of the programs from many of the legislators that they would have liked to have a little more input into that process on how some of those CARES Act monies were distributed because of the programs. And so once we go down this route, if there's not a provision in this bill that has some level of legislative oversight, either on the rulemaking or on the actual approval of the funds, then we're just out of the picture. And if that's the case, we might as well just turn it over to the SLIB board. Because as you have indicated, they've already got emergency rules in place to do this. But again, which meeting would you anticipate coming back in 2022 to the commission? The August meeting, the November meeting, or the December meeting? And then how do you envision that working after that?
Director Gephardt?
Mr. Chairman, I think the earliest that we would have a recommendation would be the August meeting because of that. So I do agree with that. And it's my understanding that once the way it's written now, once the commission approves it, the money's out the door.
That's the way I read it.
Was there another question for me in that?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think that, so under the best case scenario, it would be August, correct? Could fall back to maybe a special meeting if all those things. And so along those lines, if we hit the August, given the March timeframe as to when it's signed into law, how long would you go out and then do advertising for applications, or do you just intend? And I don't know, you guys have had a couple of meetings I wasn't able to attend, and I apologize, but is it the idea that at this first go around, we would just pull existing SRF applications or existing water development level 3 applications off the shelf and just funnel those in? Or are we truly going to go out and do applications for new projects that may not have gone through the level 1, level 2, or been reviewed for DEQ as eligibility under SRF that we could funnel in here? What's the discussion amongst the agencies as that application process? What are we thinking on that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I think at least in my mind, and I'll let the other agencies speak if they don't agree. But as far as the applications, I think once the rules are established that we're on the phone or beating the ground to make them aware of the program, I don't envision advertising for this as much as word of mouth and saying, hey, if you got something, come in. So I think that would start even before the rules are made, that this is coming, this is coming. So it would be more of an outreach effort on our agencies.
30 days, Mr. Chairman, is that a reasonable time frame from the time the emergency rules are adopted that the committee that when convened to review those applications? 60 days? I'm just trying to, in my mind, get to the time frame. I understand the steps, but is it a 60-day from the time the emergency rules are adopted that then the 3 agencies would get together, discuss and rank, and then make a recommendation that then would come back? Is it 60 days?
Mr. Chairman, I think if I could call in a friend here, maybe Ms. Blackwell can explain what a typical process or typical timeline between receiving an application and having a recommendation done through the SRF program, which is a comparable scenario, I would think.
Beth, would you like to weigh in, please?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, currently with our SRF program, the lead time is 120 days. The reason for that lead time, however, is to meet all of the federal requirements that are required with SRF, doing the public meeting, doing the environmental review, having the capacity development reviewed and approved. There's many more things that have to be done with an SRF application than I think would need to be done with these. We would still have to do a financial analysis, and I think the time frame would depend on how many we received at the get-go. I can tell you that on any given month, I am fielding questions related to ARPA funds and when they're going to be available. So I have a feeling there are going to be a lot of applications that aren't on water development's radar or the SRF programs, whether it's clean water or drinking water. Those applications aren't going to be on our radar. So I think there are a lot of projects out there that communities have that are designed and ready to go, essentially shovel ready, that that's going to be what determines how long it takes to review an application. Historically, when we receive an application for an SRF program or a project, the application submitted to OSLI, it's reviewed for completeness and eligibility, making sure it's on the intended use plan. We then start performing the financial review, and at that same time, we share it with water development and or DEQ to do their technical review. Logically, we could review these applications in a 30-day window, but it's just going to depend on how many we receive and how our prioritization is going to work out. And I think those are a lot of what ifs that the three agencies have to come together and come to an agreement with. But I think our historical working relationships and our historical knowledge of how these groups work, how these projects work, will benefit expediting this process. It's not similar to, say, the CARES Act, where my office was having to vet hospital projects, something we weren't used to doing. So these, I think, will be a little more easily vetted because they're what the SRF program and these three agencies are used to working through, if that answers your question.
Mr. Chairman. In
Senator
fact,
Hicks.
it did not answer my question. The question is it from the time that the emergency rules are adopted? Is it 45 days? Is it 60 days? Is it 120 days? Is it 200 days from the time the emergency rules are adopted that you're going to go out and solicit applications? Is that 30 days? And then after that, and you receive those applications, is it another 30 days to review those and make a recommendation? I understand the process. What I'm trying to do is get at the time frame, and what I keep hearing is the process, Mr. Chairman. These are the steps that we're going to go through, but I haven't heard anybody tell me what the time frame is.
Senator, I can try to do that for you. I've gone through in my mind the steps and the time frame. Members, I don't think that we can accomplish this by the August. I'd be surprised if we accomplish what we, in other words, have the applications ranked and ready for the commission. I believe that it'll be the November meeting unless they choose. In my mind, that's always been a September, October selection process, and that which fits comfortably with November. We can hold a special meeting with the commission prior to that if things moved along well. But I don't share your concern, Senator. We have till December 1st, 2026. If these projects are awarded a year from right now, they still have 4 years to finish their projects. That's ample for a project that's only $7.5 million. That's ample time to accomplish that. I think we're just fine. Senator Debbie Dowder, I think we're okay with that. I want you to alleviate your concerns. Beth, you had one more
How many
comment.
type extensions did we just approve?
Mr. Chairman, I did want to say the three agencies have already been doing some groundwork to determine what projects are out there. And I think we would be working with our communities while the emergency rules were being processed. I think once this bill was passed, I think the three agencies would start working together to start solicit that information. I think they would work in hand together.
Senator Hicks, help me understand something. If you're concerned about the time frame, so you're concerned about the bill, but are you suggesting the alternative is to do nothing? What alternative would you propose that we cut all the red tape and agency participation? What could we do to give out $100 million to our municipalities and districts to help aid in projects?
So, Mr. Chairman, and if we get done, I've got a recommendation to start that process.
Okay.
So my first concern is we've established a statutory process that the agencies are already doing already. So I don't see the need to say, well, you have to get together with DEQ and OSLI to go through and rank these things. That's certainly something that could just be done. They do it already for SRF. I don't see the need to do that. My biggest concern is we're creating another fourth. So we have SRF drinking water, we've got SRF clean water, we've got water development program, we've got mineral royalty grants through SLIB, and we're just creating another grant program. And that may be appropriate because of the nature of the funding to segregate those out. But because we have all these other programs established and set up with rules and processes, we know how they work, timeframes, rather than creating a whole new granting program with different timeframes, different rules, different requirements, I actually think the potential outcome of this, and this is my biggest concern, Mr. Chairman, is the people that are very knowledgeable and very skilled with permanent staff are going to be able to use this program very well. And the 13 little small communities that I represent are going to be left on the sidelines. So that's a concern, given the nature of learning a whole new criteria, rules, regulations, process, and all that stuff. So my recommendation would be is that we look at the existing programs, whether it be SRF through DEQ, or we look at existing water development program, and we look at MRGs through the SLIB board and see if there's a better mechanism to use existing process, existing timeframes, existing staff without creating a whole new program. Mr. Chairman, you know as well as I do, and I think many of us that have worked in government for a good deal, there'll be a lot of these unanticipated things that what is the time frame? What are the rules? What are the guidelines? There's a legislature involved. I think this interjects a lot of concerns that I have, and particularly, again, I will come back and say the way the CARES Act funding, I have no criticism of the programs from a standpoint that we got the money out, we did it expeditiously, we had a very slow time. But I'm going to tell you, there is a lot of concern with some of the rules that are adopted with some of those programs and some of the things that from legislators on the Senate side that they didn't think that the programs, they needed more oversight of the legislature because they didn't accomplish what the legislature thought we were doing. And it's not to impugn anybody. It's just to say there was some concerns out there that the members of the Senate certainly thought there was some better things we could have done and more efficient use of those funds. And so I'm concerned that we're jumping into this where we all know existing process. I would prefer that if we need to silo money within DEQ for and here's the other side. Now we're going to have Water Development Commission coming in here and reviewing Drinking Water, Clean Water Act recommendations. It's another level of stuff that we bring to the commission that historically we haven't been doing. DEQ and SLIB already do this. Then now we're going to take on reviewing those applications. They're going to make the recommendations. And then Water Development is going to come in here, the commission, and they'll either approve them or not approve them. And I think that adds another burden of responsibility. I would rather keep the money in the existing framework and the existing process with the existing entities that exist today and see if we could better do that. But Mr. Chairman, that's just my concerns.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't share your concerns, so we'll have to see well the rest of the if we have any legislators left over to vote when we get done. Hopefully we'll have to call them back into the meeting. Very good. Let's proceed, folks. I think we've kind of had enough debate on the front end. I'm interested to know if there are any public comments. Abigail, do you have anyone in the waiting room that would like to comment? There is no one in the waiting room. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to provide testimony or comments? Seeing none. Okay, folks, let's have a look at the bill. Do I have a motion to proceed with this bill?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion. Representative
Thank
Larson.
you. Representative Larson moves the bill and Senator Grew seconds it. Thank you very much. Okay, we're open for discussion. Let's take it a page at a time and see if we want to work the bill on any particular issues. Anything on page 1 that someone would like to amend? On page 2, is there anything on page 2 that a member would like to amend? Page 3. Okay, we are on page 4. There's a few issues on page 4. One of our commissioners brought forward on line 20 the word entity. Abigail, do you feel like the word entity is appropriately defined in our definitions?
Mr. Chairman, entity is defined in the very first section of the bill. Means a person or entity eligible for funding pursuant to ARPA, subject to any further eligibility requirements or prioritization developed by the Wyoming Water Development Office. That gives the office, if they do need to restrict it in any way, it gives them some leeway to do so, but we left it broad in order to capture everyone possible.
Okay, that should satisfy that concern. Is there anyone who has any amendments on the 85%, which is on line 15, or line 17, the $7.5 million numbers? Any comments on those? Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know, Abigail, if you can maybe help me here. On line 15, projects will not exceed 85%, and maybe some language in there that said unless exempted through rule or somehow, or I don't know, and I'm willing to take any help I can get on this one, phoning friends, to either drop the 85% or leave 85% and adding in with some sort of exemption language.
Can someone help Senator Grew with? So what we're looking at is under certain circumstances, the Water Development Commission could allow up to 100% grant.
Mr. Chairman,
Abigail,
I wrote down what Director Parfit recommended, if you'd like that.
would
repeated.
you read it for us?
It was to allow funding up to 100% of project costs if the entity demonstrates it has exhausted all other funding options. It's probably not a perfect what he said, but
Senator Grew, do you want to adopt that language in your motion?
Actually, if I could get a nod from the former speaker in the governor's office, maybe that would be helpful. But, in lieu of that, maybe even some helpful wisdom from him, who's forgotten more about this process than I'll ever know.
Randall, did you want to comment on the wording on this particular amendment?
No pressure, no pressure. I am going to stick with the Director of DEQ's recommendation to use that statutory language. But Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, thank you for that opportunity.
So moved.
Senator Grew's made the motion to amend. Is there a second?
Oh, second, sorry, this is Representative Banks.
Representative Banks seconds that motion. Any discussion before we vote? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All those in.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote against this. I think a little skin in the game is good to have, and I think the 15%, we could find a way to find that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, we're going to proceed to vote. All in favor? Oops, Senator Grew, one last final comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I of course agree with my good House colleague, but taking to mind the comments from Senator Hicks as well. Just some of those, this allows for skin in the game. If the community has it. If not, it does allow a community that is just strapped to be able to play in the game, to be able to get in the game. And so I do agree with Representative Larson, but I just want to make sure that we're trying to catch everybody, and hopeful through rules with Director Parfit and the other learned folks here, we can achieve both. Thank you. On and for.
Very good. Now, this is going to be difficult because I have almost as many members online as I do here. So I'm going to ask for a hand vote so we can count properly and not rely on the voice vote. So all in favor of Senator Garew's amendment, which would allow up to 100% grant under certain circumstances. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 votes. All opposed to Senator Garew's amendment, please raise your hand. 2 on screen, 3, 4, 5. So the motion fails. Okay, we're back on the bill on page 4. Any other comments about 7.5 million? Everybody's comfortable with that number? Okay, let's go. Oh, Senator Hicks, did you have a comment?
I'll just make a motion that we strike the $7,500,000 or whichever is less, especially in light of the fact that we defeated the last motion to go to 100,000. I think we just sit through, and as we sit through and look at these bills every year, some of these projects are going to be pretty expensive, and they could be. That again, let the commission do their work and determine, and the SLIB and the water development make a recommendation as to what the appropriate amount of funding is. I don't want to prejudge something that may come in and it may be 7.6 or $7.9 million to get a critical piece of infrastructure built in the state of Wyoming. I would say let the agencies do their work, let the commission review that work and make a determination as to what the adequate funding level should be, instead of just picking a number out of the air and saying $7.5 million is the cap. I'm uncomfortable with doing that.
Very good. So what is your motion, Senator?
After cost, strike the balance of that line and strike all of line 17.
Okay, do I have a second on that motion? Have a second, motion a second. So discussion. Anybody would like to weigh in on this?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote against this. I just worry that 1 or 2 projects could just take the full amount.
Thank you. I'm going to weigh in on it also, folks. The reason, and this was a cooperative effort from the agencies and everyone discussing this, the reason we kind of honed in on the 7.5 million was so that one big project wouldn't have the potential of coming in and taking 50 million off the table. It protected the little guys to have a better chance of participating. The second one is, it doesn't mean that a project larger than 77.5 million can't come in. If you got a $20 million project, they can still apply for the 7.5 million. It just means the grant loan or grant participation ratio is going to be different. I think that we need a number in there so that the municipalities and districts understand that that is the number. We can't shoot for an unrealistic number. This is the number we're willing to award up maximum up to that point. So I think having a number in there is beneficial and gives our client base a place to target without allowing one particular client to take it all. I think there are going to be many, many applications. I think this is a one and a done. Particularly when you figure in the pent up wastewater needs in the state. I think that the applications are going to come in way more than whatever number I'm just guessing, but I think it's going to be one and done. And I hate for a large project to just take away a large portion of it. So that's my input. Any other comments? Senator Hicks.
And I understand that. And I think that's why the language above there says shall not exceed 85%. Doesn't say that you get 85%. Again, if you go through the agencies and if that's a concern, then they could make a recommendation through the three executive branch agencies could recommendation. Doesn't have to say shall. The wording is shall not exceed. That doesn't say shall be an 85% grant. So they have the flexibility to come in and make a recommendation, anything below 85%. And I still think it's prudent to allow a little discretion. Again, I don't know how many projects are out there. It could be an $8 million project that we want to fund at 85%, or it could be a $50 million project. And the recommendation is only to fund $7.5 million of that. So all the flexibility is already in there without setting an arbitrary cap. So I think they have that discretion already to come in and say, we're just going to do 7.5, but I would rather leave that to the discretion and let the process run than just cap it. Anyway, that's my concern. And I think the flexibility is already there with the existing language to do that.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the language that's in there will work fine for that. I guess my comment would be, how many times have we had someone come and request funding and we said, no, we're going to change that 85%. We're going to knock it down to 50. It just doesn't happen very often. So I think having this in there and giving the entities an idea what's there, I think the language good. I'll be against the motion.
Okay, ready to vote? Okay, all in favor of Senator Hicks's motion, please raise your right hand. 2, 3, and on the screen we have Representative Banks. That's 4. All opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the motion fails. Let's carry on. You're doing great work. It's 1:15. We're just fine. We're going to work this bill until we get hungry, and then we're going to keep working it till we get it done. All right. Any other comments on page 4? How about page 5? Seeing none, page 6. Let's see, we had one recommendation there. Abigail, on line 17, the question is, should we pin ourselves down to the end of the current deadline for the ARPA funds, or could we make that more open-ended to allow the federal government to extend time? How do you feel about that? No comments?
Mr. Chairman, I think with this date here, we can work on it later to change it if we have to.
Oh, adjust it later.
Yeah, adjust it later if necessary.
Mr. Chairman.
Gives us time.
Very good, Senator Hicks.
Can we go back to page 5?
Let's finish this thought first. On page 6, it seems there's no motion, so we're going to accept that December 1st, 2026 deadline. Okay, so let's go back to page 5, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, on page 5, I'd like to interject a conceptual amendment, which would be a new Romanet 4. So after language on page 5, we would insert a new Romanet 4 and then renumber down below there that would require, and I'll have to look at this because I don't know how this works, that would require before contracts would execute approval by the Select Water Committee. So I see our staff attorney's got some concerns at, and I think I know what the concerns are. I believe that would have to go before the entire legislature. But we currently approve contracts right now, like we did earlier. So how would that work, Abigail?
Mr. Chairman, you could add in their language that the Water Development Office has to submit contracts for review and recommendation to the Select Water Committee. But it would not be approval.
Okay, so if we could insert that language.
Abigail, where would you put that language in?
Mr. Chairman, I would pull the language that's currently in the Select Water Committee statutes and make it similar and put it into this uncodified section.
Okay, and can you paraphrase what that verbiage says? Just off.
Off the top of my head, I can get pretty close. It says that but the office cannot enter into a contract until 30 days after it's submitted a contract to the committee for review and recommendation. So that would be a 30-day, that could potentially be a 30-day delay. So if you want to tweak the language, the existing language, that some feedback on that would be good to have right now.
Senator Hicks?
And Mr. Chairman, we had that discussion earlier, I think in the workshop or yesterday about that 30-day thing. So right now I would just like to we need to tweak that language anyway. I think it's ambiguous right now. And I guess in my mind as to whether we have 30 days or we have to wait 30 days. But if we can just do a conceptual amendment at this time, if we're going to work this bill again in January before the session, that we could get that language worked out. But I do agree that we can bring that in, but I think that language needs some clarification also.
I was actually hoping to put this one to bed at this time and not.
Well, the
pick it
way to
back
do
up
that,
in
Mr.
January.
Chairman, would be to vote the motion down.
Your
If you don't like this provision, just vote against it. But
well, I'm just trying to, because I like the provision, I'm just trying to finalize it so we can be done with it today and not have to extend on. So Abigail, can you help me with that?
Mr. Chairman, I would not go in and amend the existing statutory language. If you want to do that, we can do that, but not in this bill. I would just tweak that language to take out that 30 days if that's what you're wanting. If you're simply wanting contracts to be submitted for review and recommendation, I can make that happen, period. Leave out the 30-day time.
so can we include in that, Mr. Chairman, Abigail, because if we just put that language in, it just goes on forever, right?
Mr. Chairman, this will be a temporary, this will be a non-codified section of law, and it will terminate when the program's done. So it will, so you would, if you want to change it for existing contracts, you would have to go in through a separate bill.
No, and I understand that. That's not what my question is, Mr. Chairman. So if we use the language you're suggesting that we have to review the contracts, and we just say that, my concern is that's open-ended, that we could be 45 days or 60 days and say, so what I would prefer to do is to say that we have within 30 days, we have to review these and get that back. So I want to put a time frame on us that we've got to do our job. I don't want these held up.
Mr. Chairman, the language, Senator Hicks, the language and the way I have it in my head is what I proposed is it's a requirement on the office to submit it, period. They submit it to you, they're done, they can enter into the contracts. Now, if you want a certain number of days to actually do something, that's up to you. The current language in the Select Water Committee statutes doesn't actually require the Select Water Committee to review them or make a recommendation. It only requires the office to submit it to the committee. So that's how you want that tweaked for this particular provision. Yeah.
I think your current language for right now will work.
That is your motion?
That's the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Does everyone understand the motion? Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, can I get the motion clarified?
It's been moved and seconded. Senator Hicks,
would be to adopt the language that you proposed, Abby, and just get rid of the 30 days, that it would be available for review, submitted to the Select Water Committee for review.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that then.
very good. Does everyone else understand the motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those opposed? Very good. Motion passes. Now we just.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we kind of got past it there. If you don't mind, I'd like to go back to page 4. And it was brought up by Commissioner Suker. And I'm just asking the question of Abigail and of the rest of the committee. Is there a need to put the word legal in front of the word entity there? Because everything that I've understood about this is anytime we have an application, we have to be a legal entity, not just an entity in order to apply for these dollars. And so would that be necessary to insert legal right in front of entity right there on line 20, page 4?
Thank you, Representative Nyman. I believe you stepped out. Abigail qualified that for us.
Okay.
The word entity is defined earlier, which is, so we're taken care of.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, so we are now on page 7 of the bill. We had one suggestion under section 2, after the rule, on line 7, after the word rules, in consultation with the other 2 agencies. Director Gephardt, it may have been yours, I forget who suggested that. Do you feel like that's important to have in there? Because earlier we talk about we're going to be doing all the work as a team, and we expect you to be working as a team. Is your take that we need that on line 7 to reference the other 2 agencies?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that they would need to or not. My suggestion was that just to allow them to if necessary. Right now, the way I understand it is we're required to promulgate rules. Water development is, but if they need to, could language be added to allow them if necessary? That was my suggestion.
To participate with you? Is that
No,
what you
just
meant?
create rules to help with whatever functions they need to perform if they need to make rules.
See, so DEQ, you're suggesting some additional language here that would allow DEQ in their role, they may have to make their own rules in order to participate with you. Am I
That's
right on that?
my thought, yes.
And so you would add the Wyoming Water, on line 6, the Wyoming Water Development Office and DEQ and Office of State Lands shall promulgate rules.
My suggestion would be may promulgate rules.
May. Abigail, do you have that?
Mr. Chairman, I would leave the Water Development Office as a shall because this law requires some rulemaking.
Okay, so Wyoming Water Development Office shall promulgate rules necessary. So a new sentence then at the end of line 8, which would indicate DEQ and SLI may promulgate rules necessary to assist with the program. Would someone make that motion for me?
I would move what you just said,
Representative
adding
Eklund,
another sentence.
second by Representative Nyman. Okay. Is there everyone clear? Everyone at home on line clear what the motion is? So we're just allowing the other 2 agencies, as they participate in their role, to promulgate rules if they need to in order to allow them to participate. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 6, 7. All those opposed, raise your hand. 2 opposed. Okay, the motion carries. Anything else on page 7? Is 95 million the right number? Is that magical or not? See no comments, no one wants. Okay, we're going to pass page 7 and go on to page 8. Any comments on page 8? Very good. All right. Does anyone want to make a statement of opinion before we vote?
Mr. Chairman, can we just back up? I've got a question on page 7, and I know that you set through some of the discussions with the agency, but where did the $95 million number come from, if you can enlighten us?
There are many other interested parties that are preparing legislation similar to ours. And there are going to be many demands on this ARPA money. So it was felt, but it's up to you to feel, if you feel the same way, to stay under 100 million perhaps would give us an edge over other programs. That what it doesn't do is give us a lot of leverage to negotiate. 120, for example, would allow us to be negotiated downward by probably the Appropriations Committee or others that might do so. So, but that was the thought, is recognizing there's a lot of demands on the money. 95 might be more palatable. Open for opinions. No one online has any? We're good? Okay. We're open for debate on the bill. Anyone wants to make any comments, feel free to.
Mr. Chairman,
Abigail.
I do not have a comment on the bill. I would like to request a small technical amendment for the catch title. It was, the title of the bill we added in wastewater projects to specify that. I would like the catch title to read ARPA funds for water and wastewater projects.
Thank you very much. I caught that earlier and didn't make a note of it. So I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
That says we add waste and wastewater after the word water.
So moved.
Thank you. Any second? Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise their right hand. And it appears unanimous. Thank you very much. Thanks, Abigail. That was a good catch. Okay. Anyone want to make a comment? See none. Let's vote on the bill. All in favor? Oh, no, Abigail's got to do this. Roll call for us. Abigail?
Mr. Chairman, we have a roll call vote on 22 LSO 0240 version 3 as amended. Representative Banks?
Aye.
Representative Eklund? Representative Larson?
Aye.
Representative Nyman? Representative Paxton? Senator Boner? Senator Driscoll? Senator French?
Aye.
Senator Guru?
Aye.
Senator Steinmetz? Vice Chairman Hicks? Chairman Simpson?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that is 9 in favor and 1 against.
Very good. Motion passes. We'll advance that bill along with the other one to our working body. Thanks, legislators. Appreciate your efforts. It was a long 2 weeks in the legislature, and now we're back on committee meetings. Appreciate your diligence and you're willing to work these bills. Does anyone have any final comments before we
Mr.
depart?
Chairman,
Please, Senator Hicks.
I would like to propose that we develop at this point in time, a supplement to the project list that we went through, listened to the commission to have prepared for our January meeting for consideration. And as you've alluded, we know not only is there going to be a certain amount of money through the ARPA funds available, there also be some additional funds that it looks like with our October CRIG that are going to be available for appropriation and expenditure. And what I would like to do is for the Select Water Committee to consider either an amendment. We may at this point in time, I've talked to our staff as to see whether we do a separate bill or do a separate subsection in the omnibus water bill. But having sit through the last 2 days in the workshop and the discussion and getting back to the whole premise of the ARPA and this funds is, I think it would behoove us to start as the Select Water Committee looking at some additional appropriations to the water development program. And so I've kept a tally of a list of projects where I think that we would want to consider some additional funding for the program. At this point in time, I would like to leave that, whether they be ARPA or general fund dollars, open. So when we go through that list, we can sit down and identify those. So the total dollar number today, Mr. Chairman, I don't have as far as how much would be ARPA, how much would be general fund. But I'll go through a list of projects that I would like to have drafted up as a potential amendment or a separate bill for consideration by the Select Water Committee. The first would be $7 million to go into, I believe it's account 2, to offset the transfer from account 2 to account 1, so that we can adequately fund all of those projects in that account. The next one would be $2 million appropriation for the groundwater exploration grant program to get that money back up to an adequate level for future projects. $2 million to the sponsors contingency fund for level 3 projects outside of the dams and reservoirs. Then we graduate into the more big ticket items, Mr. Chairman, would be $21.81 million for the Goshen irrigation tunnels, tunnels 122. The next one would be an additional appropriation of $25 million for the Fontanelle Riprap project. And then following up to try to put $30 million in there, which is about half of the cost for the Levitt Reservoir project, and $35 million for the Alkali project. And that we would draft those up as either a separate bill or a separate subsection within the omnibus water bill. At that point in time, we'll look at that, but to get the draft going, get that up. And at this point in time, I would say leave the source of the appropriation. Most likely it would be a combination of ARP and general fund dollars. But that would be the motion, Mr. Chairman, if I could get a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So I love your forward-thinking attitude, Senator Hicks. I think this is really important to us, and I fully support what you're recommending here. Let's see, the burden falls on Abigail to prepare the next bill for us. Chairman Gephardt, would you provide support to Abigail and your staff to help her with numbers and figures on and may we open it up for additional projects that
If
Chairman
somebody
Gephardt?
would like at this point in time, Mr. Chairman, those are just the ones that I kept a tally on that I think we need to either start putting money away for, or we need to supplement with other dollars. And part of the concept is if we find out that some of these are ARPA eligible, they're going to go in, we're not going to go through the process with the bill that we just talked to. They're going to get funded this go round. So they're going to hit the ground and running right now with ARPA monies, with the idea that if we do that, we maintain those current water development funds and we start to restore some of the money back into these accounts. So I did some back of the napkin math. And so by the time we get through this biennium, we will have rated water development account to the tune of about $55 million between funding the Board of Control for the last 3 bienniums out of water development account. And then also the 2016, the legislature took $10 million out at that point in time. So it's kind of restore some of that funding. And I really do think that we're seeing with inflation costs, labor shortages, energy costs, that we're going to see substantial increase in construction costs in the next few years. And I think it's only prudent that we make sure that we have adequate funding in the water development program to carry out the mission. So
I do too. Would your motion include an option that as members would go home and think about your lists, if they had additional projects they could submit to me, could I add them onto the draft of?
Mr. Chairman, I would
Abigail's?
say absolutely. Right now, it's just a draft. The only thing, I don't even know, we just, it's a voice vote to authorize a draft. So if people have things that they would like to include in that draft, I think that would be appropriate.
Good. All right, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew had his hand up.
Senator Grew, did you want to comment before we vote?
Well, it looks like we already have, but I do want to comment. I agree wholeheartedly with the motion, and along with your comments. There are some things that the good senator just put forward that I may be totally in favor of, maybe some that are less so. But I also think that we need to add more projects. But I think the idea is, and this is something that we talked about offline, was the importance of getting out ahead of this. And that's the point of this, is to get out and then get talking about different ideas and stuff to move this forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good, thank you. Okay, we're back to voting. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Appears to be unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, any other members, comments, questions? Good. All right, I'll entertain a motion to
Mr. Chairman,
convene.
I was just reminded my good colleague here to my left from Crook County that the one that I had missed in there was an appropriation for Laprelle Dam, which I actually missed on my sheet. So I think putting the initial funding in that for that project would be prudent. We know we're going to do this thing sometime in the near future. So I would start out, and I would ask if I could ask Mr. Mead from Dams and Reservoir Director, what is the current projected cost with the replacement dam?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, thank you. The last estimate that I heard was 60 million. And as we progress through this draft, we'll try to get better revised numbers for you.
All right, so Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would like to amend my motion to include $30 million for the Laprelle Dam.
Senator, that motion is out of order. We've already voted on the first motion. However, the first motion allows me the discretion to add to it since it's just a draft. And so I so order that activity. We're good. All right. Do I have a motion to convene?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you very much. See you guys online. Thanks for participating. Oh, yeah.
We gotta turn those.
Bring your travel vouchers to me.